I thought I had lost everything, only to find out that fate had given me an even crueler choice. Let's officially listen to today's werewolf story. If you enjoy this story, don't forget to give it a like and subscribe to our channel. Thank you for your support. Prologue. Oh hun, watch out for that. I stopped immediately and shuffled a bit to the right, my bare feet feeling the cool wooden floor beneath them. I kept walking, my sense of caution to compensate for my lack of sight. There you go. You got it. Dylan, babe. I think I know how to navigate through our home by now, I said, a hint of stubbornness in my voice. I felt him shift next to me, his familiar scent of pine and musk filling my nostrils. And he sighed. Yeah, but I just don't want you to get hurt, baby. You know how I feel about you in this end. I stuck my hand out and felt his chin. My head still down, I pulled him towards me, feeling the stubble on his face. And you know how I feel about you babying me. I can manage on my own, I said softly but firmly. He sighed again, and I smiled lightly, appreciating his concern despite my independence. Suddenly, he stopped moving, and his heartbeat slowed. I recognized this change immediately. He was mind-linking someone, likely the Alpha. After a few moments, he spoke. The Alpha needs my assistant's sugar lips, he said, his voice a mix of duty and reluctance. He cupped my cheek, sending familiar sparks through my body. He then pulled me in and kissed my lips. I pecked back, savoring the moment and wishing it could last forever. I then pulled away, a grin upon my face. Be careful, I said, listening as he walked away. The front door's familiar creak sounded. I will. Love you, he called back. Love you too, love you, I replied, hearing his steps again and the door close. I stood still, smiling, before making my way towards the kitchen. The cool tiles beneath my feet guided me to the sink. I felt around, picking up a plate and started to wash it, the warm water soothing against my skin. As I reached back into the sink, something sharp sliced through my palm. I yelped, the water stinging the fresh cut. I pulled back, hissing as I felt warm blood gush from the wound. Carefully, I found a rag hanging off the stove handle and applied pressure. Wincing slightly, I made my way to the living room, finding the soft, familiar texture of our couch. As I waited for Dylan to return, sensing my pain through our bond, I couldn't help but worry. After an hour passed with no sign of him, I frowned. Dylan, are you there? I called out mentally, but received no response. KYA, where is Dylan? I asked my inner wolf, feeling her restlessness grow within me. I don't know it, but I'm feeling antsy. Something is wrong. Try to find the Alpha's scent and follow it to the Alpha's office. KYA adjusted. I nodded, determination setting in. I lifted the cloth, touching the wound gently. It had already begun to close, thanks to our werewolf healing abilities. With a slight smirk, I made my way to the door, ready to find out what was keeping Dylan away. I opened it, walking out feeling the fresh breeze hit me. I lifted my nose, letting my senses come tone, and could mentally see where I was going. I found Alpha's strong scent. It was mixed with the Luna's. I grinned at that and walked. People were talking and whispering as I walked by. I normally ignore what they have to say. I don't care anymore. I then caught the smell of Dylan. I kept following it, trying to not bump into anyone or anything. Eventually I made it into the main pack house. The scent led me to the stairs and I went up to flights. I then went down the unfamiliar hallway and found my way to a door. I heard shouting and growling coming from the other end. I turned the knob a bit and the yelling seems to stop when I opened the door. Emerald, what are you doing here? Dylan said, trying not to yell. I could ask the same for you. I tilted my head a bit. Alpha Carson, why were you yelling at my mate? I heard someone groan in annoyance, making me frown, and someone slammed their fist down on the table. Go back home, Emerald, Alpha Carson said softly. I felt the tension in the air and I felt a shiver go down my spine. I'm not going away until I hear why all of you are arguing. Luna Crystal, KYA can smell you from a mile away. And Ryan, stop hiding in the corner trying to pretend you're not there. I can smell you too. I heard a gasp and the room got quiet. Both the Luna's heartbeat and the Alphas had slowed. Emmy, how about we go and play with the children? Yes. Luna Crystal got up from her seat and stalked towards me. I felt her grab my hand softly and I put my head down. The Rouges that took your side are back. They want another war. I whimpered and heard a loud growl. I stood frozen and felt her grip on me tightened. Dylan roared and slammed his hands down the table. I heard more growls and the air and chairs being knocked down. Calm down, Dylan. I felt more tension making me whimper more. Dylan then sat down. Crystal, I need to talk to your gamma for a bit. Make sure everyone is prepared. Dylan was shaking with anger. I could feel it. Ryan went quiet at his tone and Crystal started to lead me out the room. I heard another roar and crashing as Crystal started to speed walk. It's okay, Emmy. Carson says that these Rouges shouldn't be a problem this time. They lie. Chapter 1. Everyone straight line, please. We are all going to the same place. Hey Thomas, there is no need for pushing. I just sat there listening to the sounds of women and children passing by as they all went underground or into the pack house. I sighed, putting my head down, and I felt Crystal's presence sit next to me on the couch we were on. Emmy, there is no need to worry. This is just a precaution like we do every time. Last time didn't work. Whispers in my ear were driving me nuts. I put my hands to my face, rubbing my temples from the starting headache. I know. It's just I can't help but worry. I just can't. She rubbed my arm trying to soothe me, and then we heard a crash. Everybody started to scream and run into the house. They are here. Emmy, we need to go now. She pushed me towards the doors and everybody had gotten inside. I waited patiently as she started to lock the doors. Then there was a bang on the door, sending her flying back. Crystal. The banging on the door increased to the point where I could hear the wood starting to break. I gasped and ran over to where I sensed Crystal was. She grabbed my hand and started to sprint towards the underground. That's when I smelt it. Fire. More screams and wails screeched the air. We need to find Carson and Dylan. I yelled. I then felt her hand being snatched away from mine, an unfamiliar scent. She was muffling something and I smelled the air, confused. Someone grabbed her. She was struggling and all I could do was stand there helplessly. Emmy, run, don't look back. I gasped and I heard her struggling against someone. I listened to her and began to run. People were shouting at others to come after me while I blindly navigated my way through the house and at the door. I then felt a wave of heat hit me. I fell to the ground screaming and felt tears running down my cheeks. Dylan? No. I got up struggling a bit and followed his scent. I struggled, still having the pain mush over me. KYA, am I in heat? I asked and heard screams of agony. No, HHES dying. I gasped, making myself run faster towards the source of the screams. I tripped over something because I couldn't see where I was going. I felt my arms get scraped and I kept going. My wolf made me stop and I heard his voice. Emmy, I sank to my knees and felt around, feeling his face, and I put his head on my lap. Dylan. Your H hurt. My hand found Bess's chest and I felt a big gash there. I pulled away as my hands started to burn. Wolfsbane. D. Don't leave me, I whispered, and I felt his hand come up and cut my face. Pumpkin, I can't promise you that. He strained his voice and he started to cough. I felt his warm blood splatter onto my ripped dress. Suddenly his head cocked to the left and he coughed again. Go no. No Dylan. I'm not letting go of you. Die, Emmy. Go before they catch you. I felt his heart start to slow down and he wiped a tear from my cheek. Go no. I can't. You can't. Why, you can tell Al, leave me. I gritted my teeth and I heard snarls. They were coming for me. He then touched my mark he gave me a few months ago and stroked it. It'll always be with you. Now, I then felt his heart stop and he went limp in my arms. Immediately a wave of pain hit me, making me cry out. I started to sob in his bloodied chest, not caring about the stinging sensation of the wolfsbane. I kept crying until my mind came into focus. The sounds around me seemed to get louder as a pounding headache came on. My shoulder was burning to a point where I thought it was gonna melt off. I got up shaking from my position. I did what his dying wish was and ran. I kept running through the darkness, barely avoiding trees. That's when I smelt it. Fire. Smoke. I kept stumbling over simple rocks. KYA, help me. I said in my head with panic. No response. OCM. Suddenly the noises of screams and blood-curdling wails. I don't know who lived. Who died. Only one. It's been days. It's felt like it. No sign from anyone. Dylan. He was gone. Just like that. In a blink of an eye. I used to be able to see him before the accident. But that's when we weren't mates. I miss him. But he left me. He left for good. I felt water droplets on my skin start to get harder and harder. It was raining. No more like pouring. I winced as the water had hit my scars that raced down my arms. I went under a tree and sat down. I then cried. I still felt his pain. A wolf's bane. I felt it burning at my chest. I laid down still crying in the darkness and I felt a gust of wind. It picked up my hair and then I immediately stopped crying. I'm on another territory. Get out of here. This is own territory and you are seemed as a rouge. I felt myself turning into my wolf before I knew it. I struggled running, still not able to see nothing. I then fell, feeling my legs get swiped from underneath me. I smelled another wolf. It's a she-wolf and she's hurt bad, what should we do? It was a man's voice and suddenly the crack of bones. I whimpered a bit. Bring her to the dungeons. The alpha will see to her. I felt someone come close to my small wolf. Shift a man said and I did. He had an authority to his voice making my wolf respond. I lay there with ripped clothes. He picked me up bridal style. You'll contact the alpha, another man had said, making the man who picked me up nod. As if I was already swarmed by darkness. I was consumed by it. My senses had all died off. Chapter 2 I woke up on something hard. Concrete. I kept sniffing around smelling blood. Sweat. Wolf's vein. I gulped a bit and felt something on my ankle. It was a chain. I ran my hand along it, finding it to be a long chain connected to the wall, which was also the cold, rough concrete. My hands flew up to my face and my scarf was there. I always kept the cloth on my eyes to hide the scars. They took it. Whoever took me took it. I whimpered again and heard footsteps. They were coming closer. I scrambled my way to a corner of the cell I was in and curled up. They took me. They're probably gonna punish me for when I crossed the border. Then I heard the sound of keys, followed by a man's scent. They unlocked my cell and walked in. Get up, Rouge, and open your puny eyes. I always kept my eyes closed. If I opened them the slightest bit they would hurt. That's why I kept on the scarf. I felt the man pull me up by the hair, making me gasp. Open your eyes when told to do so, runt. I can't. I remained silent and stiffening me a punch to the stomach, sending me back down. I groaned and went to all fours trying to stand up. I heard another click and the shaking of keys and my ankle latch came off. You're lucky the alpha wishes to see you or I would have rid you the second. They put you in my cell block. He pulled me up by my ripped up dress and pushed me towards an opening. I put my hands out trying not to walk into anything as he pushed me along. I then felt the ground rise, making me realize there were steps there. Dylan would normally help me up steps. I wanted to find railing or anything but none. Walk, runt. He shouted, making me cautiously walk up, trying not to trip. Then that's when I smelt it. The fresh air, filled with new scents from new wolves. Everybody's voices got quiet, turning into growls as I walked by. The man who brought from me from the cells had his hand on my neck, making my head go down, and he tugged on me to walk faster. I did on command and ran into something on my head. I groaned as the headache I already had. Grown worst. What are you, blind or something? Open your eyes and maybe you can see where you're walking. He barked, making me whimper at his tone. He stepped in front of me and pulled me back as I heard the creaking of a large door. He pushed me forward again. I felt the cool air hit me and a scent. Mate. And I stopped walking. Dylan? It was his scent, but HES dead. I felt it. The man behind me pushed me along. I heard a growl, and after a few we stopped. Bow down to the alpha. I stood still, trying not to seem weakened. The man behind me kicked at my legs, sending me to the ground. I heard a loud growl sound through the air. I whimpered, and the scent of Dylan got closer to me. His footsteps sounded the same pace at my heart. Who hurt her? The voice was demanding, making me shudder. It was Dylan. It was, but who was it? She was found limping across our border. She turned to her wolf, and the beta and gamma had found her. We thought that because she was a she-wolf with injury, we bring this to your attention. I felt my hair then being pulled and bringing me up. Another growl sounded, making the man's hold on my hair loosen a bit. Get your hands off of her head. I felt KYA purr at just his voice. The male's hands then unattached themselves from my hair, making me almost fall over and someone catch me. The touch instantly making me freeze in him too. His breath stopping. I want to speak to this rouge alone silence. Now get out, he sounds odd after a while, and I heard other wolves scramble out the doors. They were all mumbling and whispering. The last of the door sounds had stopped. Who are you, Rouge? His voice was cold, sharp, not caring about the slight prickles shooting through his body. I gulped and stood up, trying to not wobble. When an alpha tells you to do something, you do it. He hissed at me. I bowed my head, feeling his heated glare upon me, and tightened up. Emerald. An emerald green. He seemed to stay still in the same position, and he shifted. And why are you on my territory? He sat back, making the fear of him enlarge. My pack. We were attacked. My mate told me to run as his final words, and I did. Be best I could. He stood still for a moment, not talking. Stiff. His heartbeat slowed in a moment after it picked up to normal speed. You had a mate. You had a mate before. He growled a bit, and I nodded. Open your eyes and meet my gaze when someone with authority is speaking to you. I bit my lower lip, getting on its way a bit. I felt him grab at my wrist and tug it, making me stumble a bit. When an alpha commands you, you do it, runt. Why is he doing this? He is nothing like Dylan. I can't. I cried out, on the verge of tears from his tone at me. And why not? It is not that hard. Like on command, I opened my eyes painfully, only to cry out from the pain. I am blind. My eyes stung, and his breath stopped. Maybe in shock, maybe in anger. Chapter 3. Close them right now. I shut them back, only to cry out again, and he shifted, taking a shaky deep breath in. I then heard something tear, and he put a cloth over my eyes and helping me tie it in the back. Wear that until I say so, got it. He spoke with authority, time to his voice, making KYA inside me whimper. I nodded and gulped. His heartbeat slowed, and soon enough the doors opened and footsteps came in. Take her to the farthest from mine now. It was the same scent. The man who took me from the cells. He pulled at my hair, making me cry more. And if I find one scratch on her, consider yourself forbidden and left to the dogs. Forbidden. Fate like death. If you are forbidden from the pack, you are a traitor to the pack and become a rouge. The man behind me nodded and tugged at my ripped up dress, tugging me backwards and leading me farther and farther away from Dylan's scent. He kept pushing me and tugging me to different places, and then he stopped me. I felt outwards to a door. Your room. Stay here. Don't come out. Your room. Stay here. Don't come out, he barked again, making me nod. He opened the door, pushing me inside and locking it behind me. I jumped as he slammed the door shut. I sighed and put my hands out, trying to feel my way around the room. Guess I'm staying here for a while. I felt around, eventually finding a bed and laying myself on it. Eventually falling asleep. I woke up to someone lightly knocking on the door. At least my hearing ability grew over the years. See, come in. My voice was raspy and I heard the door open. I sniffed the air. Girl. Younger than me. Miss. Alpha Rider has requested me to assist you. Says you need to get ready before he comes back. That was his name. Rider. Choppered at the name, making me shut her out. Okay, I simply said. The girl came closer and then turned, going farther away. There was a moment of silence. Oh right, you're blind. Here, let me lead you. Her tiny footsteps got closer and she lightly grabbed my hand. She tugged at me and I started to walk forward. I smelled water and this had to be the bathroom. She let go of my hand, leaving me standing there, and walked over to the scent of the water. A squeaking noise sounded and the flowing of water stopped. My name is Annie, if you were wondering. In your personal Omega, my head titled a bit. Omega? I questioned. Yeah. A alpha requires the ones who don't fight. Mostly women to the Omgaza. In the Omgaza we have our own ranks. I'm in a higher rank than most due to the fact I work with the alphas personally. There are 4 ranks. Cleaners, house workers, child caretakers, and personal. Personal is where iced, and we never had Omgaza in my old pack. I simply nodded. Just so you're not freaked out, I'm gonna help you in the bath. Requires you to take your clothes. Are you alright with that? I nodded and she cleared her throat. She told me to put my arms up and I did as she pulled up the ripped up breasts, helping me out of it. Her breath hitched when she went to look at my back. Why, your scars, they. Huge. Disgusting. Horrible. I choked back a sob. I know. Well, I'm sure you can figure out the rest. Towel is on top of the toilet and if you need anything shout. I nodded softly and I heard her footsteps leave the room and close the door. I stripped off of my bra and panties and stepped into the warm bath. I purred a bit and dumped myself in, feeling the bubbles go up. I felt the raw scars on my body burn. I clenched my teeth and sunk in more, seeing if I would get used to the pain. Eventually I didn't. I felt around. Where is the soap and shampoo? Annie. The door opened with a bit of a creak. Yes, Luna. I frowned at the name. See, could you help me with my hair? I sensed her nodding and I sat there biting my lip. Something lifted, making a banging sound against the tub. I felt her take a cup of water and pour it on my sizzled hair. She squirted something and then dug her hands in my hair, scrubbing. If you don't mind me asking, how long were you blind? I heard silence. Since I was maybe 13. 14, she gasped. I'm so sorry. I felt her rinse my hair again and then grab another bottle and scrubbing my head. Dumpy, you didn't take my eyesight. She stayed silent for the rest of the time and I enjoyed it. Gee, guess I can tell you about Alpha Rider. H.S. not much of a talker about himself really, she went on. I laid back as I felt the conditioner in my hair go to work. Just know that well, you probably know that H.S. basically king to all alphas. His kill count can outdo at least 5 warriors. Rumors go around that he was the one that killed his brother. My eyebrows went up. Really? She sighed. Yeah, but only our pack knows the truth. Alpha Rider gave his brother the easy way out by killing him. It was best against silence. After a few minutes, she dumped more water on my hair and began to comb my hair. A mixture to make the bubbles are supposed to help with scarring, so I'm leaving you in here the longest I can. I nodded as she continued. She got me dressed in which she said was Ryder's favorite color dress, leaving me barefoot with an anklet around my ankle. Well, like I said before in the bath. Need anything, shout. Need to get food or something, shout. If anything, shout. There is a guard posted outside your door at all times, so mind you, try not to walk out by yourself or you'll get ambushed. I smiled at her remark and her footsteps seemed to disappear. Annie? I questioned. Her footsteps stopped. Yes, Luna. How old are you? She tunes deep breath. I'm only 14. With that she left, leaving me open-mouthed. Chapter 4. I waited. Complete silence. Darkness. Well, I'm used to that part. After about an hour, footsteps and a smelling scent of vanilla and a mix of coconut. It reminded me too much of Dylan. I whimpered at the thought and heard the door open. Emerald, his voice was stern. Annie said you wanted to speak with me. I heard the door close and he started to walk towards me. The scent. It made KYA inside me howl with pleasure. Take off your mask. He didn't come too close to me. Maybe a few feet away. He took it from my hands. Our fingers touched, sending tingles. I gulped and heard him doing something and then he stopped. Him holding out something, he then eventually said. I felt around, making me touch his arm and found a cloth. Beyond gaze insisted me giving this back to you, he said. Straightforward. I nodded and then held it up to my nose. Dylan? I managed to figure out the difference between their scents. Dylan's had a bit of a stronger coconut smell. Ryder's was a stronger vanilla. They didn't wash it, which was good, and Dylan's scent was all over it. I kept sniffing into it and seemed to have tears burn my eyes. Do you need a moment? He caught me out of my trance and I shook my head. See, can you just help me with it? He grumbled something and then walked closer to me and went behind me. I held it up and he grabbed the ends, making a knot in the back. There his footsteps then left from behind me and he started to walk out. Wait, he stopped. What is it? What? I want to get to Kay. No, you. I heard him sigh and seemed to turn in a thump sound. I tilted my head, still putting my head down. Fine. Ask away. Silence. W, what do you look like? I need an idea, he grumbled. I don't know. Brown hair. Dark eyes. A muscular Ryan nodded slowly. Can I leave now? I'm way too busy for this nonsense. Wait, one more question. He grumbled under his breath. What color is my dress? It's red. Why? I bit my lip. Annie said it was your favorite color. I heard him open the door. Yeah, it reminds me of how much blood I shed this past week, he spat before he left. He slammed the door shut and started to talk outside the door. I walked forward trying to find the door. I managed and put my ear to it. Don't want to see her in my sight. She walks out of this room. You follow her? She can't see you, so best mask your scent. Keep quiet. Got it. Another man then spoke. Yes, Alpha. Good, if you don't follow my rules you better be suspecting a month in the cells and my men will do what they want with you. The man seemed to be shaking. Why, yes, Alpha, I growled silently behind the door. How can you treat your pack like this? Both men then stopped talking. Ryder started to walk away and the man on the other side scent was gone. I growled a bit. Why is mate being so mean? Kyo whimpered a bit, making me growl again. I'd just ruthless and taking people's lives seems to be like a sport to him. How are you doing? I'm fine. Let me out though and I could get us out of here. I nodded, finding the latch on my dress. I pulled it down and felt KYA shift. Bones cracked, making me whimper, and I finally shifted. You want controlled, aren't you? I asked, making her purr. Of course, human one. I rolled my eyes, letting her take control. Next thing I knew, I was outside. I was still in my wolf form, laying on the grass quietly. I don't think anybody noticed. That's when I picked up a scent. Wolves. They didn't smell rouge, and that's when I heard them growling. I got up slightly, still unable to see anything that's going on, and growled. I started to back up and then bumped into something. Or rather, someone. I yelped and then turned around, baring my teeth. They were from this pack. I could sense some were human, while others that were closer to me were wolves. Strong ones at that. I whimpered as one of them snapped at me, making me fall back. They all snickered and then a howl. In wolves there are different howls for different communications. One being for truce. One being for surrender. One for someone's hurt. One for a gathering. And one for attack. Yeah, I need some help here, I heard her growl in me. I got yaked. I growled at the wolves around me and they started to get closer. There's too many of them. Someone nipped at my tail, sending a splint of pain up me. I yelped and another bit into my leg. Blindly, I snapped my teeth until I eventually found someone's neck and I threw them off. More came and were snapping their jaws and biting at me. I yelped at every stinging sensation. Suddenly I smelt it. Blood. It was coming from my leg and the scars that were starting to open up. I whimpered and my legs started to shake. What's the matter, little Rouge? Can't have a little fun with the big dogs. A woman had snickered, leaving me growling. She snapped her fingers and I was jumped. I felt like I was burning. Wolfsbane. They spilled it on my back. The scars. It was worse than adding salt to it. I then heard a howl. Wolves around me started to whimper. Some were ripped off of me and more snarling. Then someone was standing over me and I sniffed the air. It was him. It was Ryder. Mind you all to never touch this wolf again as long as she is in this territory. Back to your post before you join the Rouges in the cells. His voice boomed with authority and everyone scrambled. I felt his deadly gaze on me. He then picked me up by the scruff and lifted me up with his hand. I thought I told you, he cleared his throat. I thought I told you about leaving the room. His hand was directly on where they burnt me, making me whimper. He then put me down. Let's go. He barked. I struggled behind him a bit and felt him stop. I felt an arm swoop underneath me, and he started to carry me. He yawpered a bit, and then unconsciously she licked his cheek. He grumbled a bit and kept going. Chapter 5 Writer's Point of View. I growled at his response. What do you mean she won't wake up? The pack doctor flinched at my tone and heads had turned towards us. She. Mean she will wake up. Just his voice went quiet. Not right now. I growled again and felt my fangs come up. He gasped, holding up his clipboard to shield himself. She should wake up in a few hours. I grumbled under my breath and felt my fangs go back down. I turned away and started to walk. I'm gonna murder whoever hurt mate, I growled at Dane's voice. Yeah, okay. Why don't you care about mate? Why should I care? I might as well reject her now. Get it over with, just give her a chance, I cut him off, sending him to the back of my mind, and growled. I didn't care. How can I care for the weak? They are worthless. Then why did you save her? I thought I blocked you out. You can never get rid of me, Ryder. He taunted in my mind, and I swear under my breath. Carter. My voice boomed through the mind link. I didn't get a response right away. Carter. Yes, Alpha. Respond when asked a question. I'm sorry, Alpha. What is it you need? Bring Quinn into my office. Yes, sir. I shut off the mind link and made my way to my office. I need something. More like someone to take my mind off of things. I sat down on my office chair and started some paperwork while I waited. I heard a quiet knock. Come in. The door opened. Quinn. Pack slut. We all have one. She adjusted her skirt so that it was higher and showed off her legs a bit more. She wore the tightest shirt that showed off her clearly fake breast easily. She stalked over, swaying her hips, and she leaned over my desk, putting her elbows on it. You called, her voice purred in a low tone. The usual. I nodded, keeping a cold gaze on her. She got up and went to the office door and closed it and locked it. Within human speed, she was already straddling my lap, looking at me seductively. Let's take this upstairs. She came close to my ear, this one, and then she grabbed my hand, leading me upstairs. Someone was knocking on my door to my room. My eyes opened and I growled a bit. Who is disturbing me? Another knock. Harder this time. I got up, groaning, leaving Quinn sleeping in the bed. I grabbed my boxers, which were thrown on the floor. Running a hand through my hair, I opened the door. My beta, Carter, was there. His cold gaze was on me and his eyebrows rose at my appearance. The rouge you brought into the house is awake. I growled. You could have just mind linked or waited. I am busy. I can see that. But to the pack doctor, you made it seem urgent. My eyes narrowed. He bowed his head again and walked away. I heard a groan from behind me and turned, seeing Quinn moving. Her eyes opened at me lazily. Babe, who was that? Carter. I closed the door and walked back to the bed. I laid back down, my back to her. I felt her cold touch on my skin, and she started to kiss my neck. Round to baby. Her voice was low. I growled in approval and turned over, kissing her roughly. Alpha. A voice boomed in my head and I mentally groaned. What is it now, Carter? I barked back, starting to put my pants on after a shower. I kicked Quinn out earlier. She did her job. Rouges. They request to take a prisoner that said you have took. They won't tell me who. I slid on a shirt and started to speed walk out. I'm on my way. Where are you? North Side Gate. I shut off the mind link and rushed out. Who the hell are they here for? Within a minute I made it to the North Side Gate, seeing a few pack members standing guard at the entrance of the gate. I cowled and see who was there and pushed a pack warrior aside. State your business, Rouges. Now I can see clearly. 2 men and a girl. The woman stood in between the two. She seemed to have an aura of power radiating off her. You seem to have a runt that belongs to us in your captivity. Her voice was raspy. I know not what you speak of. I added a sneer end and crossed my arms on my chest. A woman. Up for a bounty in the Rouge community. She is a beta's mate. She came not too long ago, I gritted my teeth. Don't play games, Rouge. I need more description. She reached into pocket of her jacket and pulled out a paper. She then handed me the sheet, a picture on it. Her name is Emerald Green. Mate was Dill Ungreen. She looks like that and she was reported hurt with scars when she escaped. She is blind and her wolf is a silver wolf. She originally belonged to Leafwood Pack. Looking at the picture, it sure enough was Emerald. My eyes narrowed at the picture. I growled lowly, crumbling the picture, tossing it on the ground. She belongs to this pack as a prisoner and is no treat to Rouges. The woman raised an eyebrow. Sorry, but I didn't hear you, pup. She popped the P at the end. Did she just call us a pup? My wolf growled and I felt my eyes go yellow. I said that this rump belongs to this pack as a prisoner and is not. Rouges. Treat, I spat at her and she immediately submitted by whimpering at my tone. Diabolus caput. Her voice was stern. Tell Mortem I said hello, I sneered back. You have 10 seconds to get off my territory. Even the men around her whimpered and they ran away with their tails in between their legs. I sighed and felt my eyes shift their cold dead eyes. Alpha, what are we to do? Carson stood with his hands behind his back. I stared at him for a moment. Make sure that these walls are reinforced and protected. I looked at all the guards standing and they replied quietly. I'm going to talk with a runt. Chapter 6. Back to Emerald's point of view. I gasped, waking up, and I felt like I was dumped in an ice bath. I was freezing, sniffing the air. I think I'm in the hospital. Ugh, my head hurts. I waned a bit and kept sniffing and feeling around me. A bed. A few wolves had been here. Probably nurses and a doctor. I heard the door open and then someone's breath hitch. Hello, Miss Emerald. Glad to see you awake. The man's heart slowed and then sped up again. Where am I? And who are you? I felt the hairs on my back rise and KYA started to growl. No worries. I'm a doctor. My name is Dr. Budowski, but you can call me Ale. You were submitted into the hospital by Alpha Rider after you were attacked, I groaned. Now I remember. I know you can't see, but now I'm just checking on your needles and making sure they are in place and making sure you don't need a switch. I stepped stop by the bed and a few clicks on a machine. All right, miss. Your charts seem okay, but I'm gonna need you to stay for about another few days to make sure. Alpha doesn't like when pack members come out looking like weaklings. He mumbled the last part and made me frown. He treats his pack like crap. I haven't heard one thing good about him from the time I've been here. At my old pack, everyone adored Carson. My old pack. The thought made me whimper. Are you okay, miss? Al said. So I can. I nodded at his voice and sighed. Just thinking, I made my head go down and heard him start walking away. I'm leaving now. Have a good day. Get some rest, miss. I nodded again and heard the door open and then shut. I let out a sigh of relief and lay down. This bed is really uncomfortable. I groaned and eventually, some own scent awoke me. It was far away, but it would wake me. It's supposed to be in love, to be awoken by a warm feeling in me. But this scent awoke me in fear. His name only sent shivers down my spine. The door opened within the minute and his scent entered the room. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and Eli Dwett. The undocumented changeling, and forced to pose as a low-level witch. Kyop heard and I started to shake. How can you not tell me? You're a beta's mistress. He slammed the door shut and I felt him looking over me. His scent was weird. Now that he was closer, I could smell it. The smell making me whimper. And you were with another woman. He growled at my remark. I don't think that a rouge should be in an alpha's business. Now speak. Muddy spat in my face, making my eyebrows knit together and my face turned into a scowl. Why should a rouge respect an alpha's orders then? That is because, as you say, I am a OU. He grabbed me by the neck and slowly lifted me up from my laying spot, his fist clenching around it. I scratched at his hands, finding it hard to breathe. The only reason you're alive right now is because of this stupid mate connection. You're lucky, Rouge. I would have thrown you in the dungeon and tortured you myself, but guess what? Your lucky day. Your savior is controlling me, I whimpered as his gripped tight and letting me to be off from oxygen. Now it'd be best if you start talking, pup, before I turn my back on the men who are standing outside the door and let them do what they want with you. He let go of me, letting me gasp for breath and cough. Tell me about your pack. What happened to them? Where is your mate? I whimpered at the last question, my lungs still burning. We were attacked out. The sounds of that night in my mind. No shit, you were fucking attacked. How come I can feel this connection to you when you already have a mate? Tears had already pricked my eyes. Why do you like to torture me? What have I ever done to you? I heard that when your mate dies, the mark on your shoulder should change. I pulled down the clothes I was wearing, revealing the mark. His breath hitched and then there was silence. It was silent for a while. He shifted from his position, getting off of me in front of me. Why are you asking these questions now? I whispered, frightened if he might hurt me again. Rouges. They were at my north border. My mouth fell open. Who? He groaned. Two men and a woman. Why, what did the woman look like? My voice. Small. She looked about her mid-40s. Her hair was raggedy and black. It was curly. Why, I gulped. She was. Xia was about ready to come out. Find that woman and rip her throat out. Who is she? His voice was demanding. His arms came to either side of me, and he was close to me. I scooted back a bit, trying not to be so close, only making him go closer to my face. I kept my head down, unable to find the words. He'll ask again. Who is she? His alpha voice made Kya want to hide, but she submitted, taking control of me. Just my mother, I growled out, making him stand back up. I heard a door open. It closed with a slam, leaving me a whimpering mess. Chapter 7. A few days have passed. All right, all ready to go. Phil had asked me. I nodded my head slightly and he took my hand, leading me out of the tiny hospital room. If you don't mind, someone else will be taking you to your room and help you move your stuff. I stopped, standing still. Am moving. I sensed him nodding. Alpha's orders. He requested you to move closer to his room because of the Rouge bargaining for you. I nodded and he kept waking me until another scent had caught into my... It was a girl. She smelled of vanilla and jade. The woman had stopped in front of us. Oh, you must be Emerald. Imre, I heard her moving and stuck out my hand, feeling for her hand and briefly shaking it. Ray, you're taking her to her room, right? Aile's voice cut through. Yup, she popped the P. All right, Emerald. I believe you're in good hands. Have a good day, bye, doctor. Her cherry voice ran through the air again. She then grabbed my hand, tugging on me. I almost stumbled forward but managed to catch myself. You're very energetic. Oh yeah, is that a bad thing? I'm sorry, just normally Ryder doesn't allow me outside my reserved place in the pack house, and not a lot of girls come in that I can talk to. I tilted my head as she kept leading me down the hallway. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and Eli Dwett. A the undocumented changeling, unforced to code of a low-level witch. We turned a corner, probably going to my old room. Yeah. H.S. Kindy, my brother. I heard her scratching the back of her head nervously and my jaw dropped. Ryder has a sister. Yeah. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and Eli Dwett. As an undocumented changeling, unforced to code of a low-level witch. You know Ryder. I nodded my head. Mate didn't tell sister about us, he hates us, that's why. Kia whimpered and I pushed her away. Why, yeah. Briefly. After a bit of silence, we made it to my old room. Another sense filled the room. A remember room to the right of the Alphas. Hey Jordan, I swear to God if you drop that. I heard a crash and something shatter, making me frown. What broke? A stupid vase that someone had to drop. I heard growling and someone had pushed past me. I growled at them, making them growl back. Watch it, Rouge, keep your tongue, pup, I spat back. I then felt someone's hands push me back by my shoulders into the wall. My face scrunched up as the wall had hit my scars. The man was close to my face and held me still. What do we do with a Rouge who doesn't know her manners? I sniffed the air and Ray was gone. Where did she go? Silence was then heard. Jordan. Am I right? I heard him growl in my face. I brought a hand up and wiped the spit he spat in my face. Listen before you get embarrassed in front of the men that are in here. Mind you, back off. What's a little girl gonna do to a pack warrior runt? At least little girls don't have many weak spots. I went to punch him in the face and he grabbed it. I went with my other hand, making him catch it with his other. I grinned, swinging my knee up, kneeing him in his manhood. He groaned, falling over. A big thump heard. I heard snickering and some men burst out laughing. Some wolf whistled, saying how he was beaten by a little girl. I heard a door opened and Ray Scent came in. Oh my God. What happened? When he got on my nerves, I shrugged and her sigh. Hey, get back to work before I do that to all of you. She screams out and I heard everyone scramble back to what they were doing. Now Emerald. Come on. Then I felt around, accidentally kicking Jordan, and stepped over him. I walked to where Ray was and followed her out. We walked for a bit and then stopped. Steps. I nodded at her voice and felt around for the railing. To my luck, none. I felt her grab my hand steadily and helping me up. I almost tripped a few times but caught myself. So what if you need anything? And down the hall and Ryder is the one to your right. Cool. I nodded and she sighed. I got to talk to Jordan and make sure his manhood is okay. Wait. Yeah, what's up? I heard movement and she stopped. W, what do you look like if you don't me asking? Oh yeah, sorry about that. Brown hair, actually like more of a dirty blonde. Hazel eyes. A bit brighter than Ryder's. And pretty thin, I guess. I nodded and I heard the door open and close. Ryder. He hasn't talked to me at all. He has been simply ignoring me at all cost. I would walk into a room and he would leave it. Maybe because of my mother. I really hate thinking about it. I heard my stomach growl, making me groan. I don't feel like walking. But you're hungry. Yep, you're right. Food over sleep any day, KYA. I chuckled a bit to myself, getting up and making my way over to the door. I opened it, hearing it creak open, and cautiously walked outside, trying to not bump into anything. I successfully, with the help of KYA, made it downstairs and sniffing my way to the kitchen. I reached for the fridge, opening the door, and pulled out an apple that I seemed to be able to grab. I closed the fridge, biting into it, and sat up on the countertop. I just listened to the sounds. Silence. It was an eerie silence. Only faint sense of people were near. It was deserted, but I thought a lot of people came in here. I finished my apple, throwing it away, and started to walk. I guess I wasn't paying attention to my surroundings and I fell outside. I could tell by the way the wind blowed through. I sighed, and that's when I heard it. Rustling. It was the rustling of leaves. I tilted my head to that way. Who is there? I can hear you. More rustling of leaves, and then a familiar scent filled my nose as the person emerged from the trees. I kept sniffing and then my mouth dropped. Guys. Hey Emerald. That's when I ran, jumping into my childhood friend's arms, crying. He was alive. Chapter 8. As we toppled over. I heard a humph as he fell to the ground, taking me with him. I sobbed into his chest as he pulled me into his arms, stroking my hair softly. Hey, shit's okay. It's okay. I shook my head, still crying, and he sat up, making me sit on his lap, covering my face into his broad chest. Still in that position, I almost screamed at him. Why the hell did you leave? Without a word or a goodbye or anything. I slammed my fist onto his chest and he chuckled lowly. I'm sorry. It's just I didn't want to cause any commotion. You mom wanted to leave. Quietly I nodded and kept sobbing. After a while I calmed down and hugged him tightly. I miss you. I sniffled a bit. I missed you too. I smiled as with his thumb he wiped away a tear from my face. Where have you been? Well, you know, since your mom. My dad and I, along with little Alex, ran away due to the situation. We've been with the Rouges. They're not as bad as rumors have said. Actually, Rouges. Wait, someone said something about Rouges. Yeah, I was thinking. That's when I gasped, realizing something. You have got to get out of here now. I sensed him tilting his head. Why is that? After all these years, Jace gets to go away. HES gonna kill you, I whispered lowly. He then grabbed at my chin, making my head jerk up at him. Who's gonna kill me? Rouge Warrior. I heard him moving, most likely flexing his muscles. Stop joking around, HES gonna. I heard a loud growl in assent. I immediately stiffened, and so did Jace. I felt his arm grip around my waist protectively. Who are you? Ryder's voice came, sounding as a threat. That depends who's asking, Jace spat back. I heard someone's heart slow and I scrambled. Jace run. I yelled. And my god, at HES only one man. He stood up, gently putting me down and putting me behind him. HES called for Mo. I was cut off by a door opening and snarls and growls. Day stiffened and snarled back. Fine, coward, call your army to beat up a rouge. Got to go. He picked me up with one swift movement, carrying me bridal style. I yelped as he stared to run with inhuman speed. I heard a howl from behind us and more feet patting the forest ground. We went through twists and turns. I cowled and keep up, that Jace was going so fast. Jace, Dante's gonna kill you. You mad man. Not if he doesn't catch me. He jumped up and kept jumping. I could only imagine we were jumping from tree to tree. They were gaining on us. You need to stop. The punishment will only be worse if you keep running. He growled at my words and kept going. He jumped down in an effort to get away, and I heard the whistle of an arrow. The whistle stopped below us, and I heard a yelp. It hit him. He stumbled forward, making us topple over. I groaned, feeling contact with the ground in my wrist. I sniffed around as we stopped, trying to find him. Eventually I didn't. I scrambled over to him. Jace. He groaned again, and I put my hands on his chest. I went to his leg and felt blood. No, Dylan. I'm not letting go of you. Die, Emmy. Go before they catch you. I felt his heart start to slow down, and he wiped a tear from my cheek. Go and oh. I can't. You can't. Why, you can tell Elle, leave me. I shook my head and found that my scarred eyes were filling up with tears again. The memory. It was coming back again. Jace, you're okay. You're okay, you're fine. Not for long. A voice cut in again and made me shudder. He found us. I heard him angrily walking over, and then I heard him kick into Jace, who groaned with hurt and intact. Stop it, you're hurting him. Jace got another kick. I smelled more blood. Stop. That's when I jumped in front of Jace, earning me a kick to the ribs. I scrunched up, and then Ryder seemed to have stopped, breath halting. He took a step back and growled under his breath, as if he was fighting with himself. Take him to the cells. The girl is mine to deal with. I don't think I heard the rest of his words. He after mine. It made KYA purr, and a weird feeling in my stomach bubbled. I felt his gaze on me, and my head bowed in submission. He tried to run away from me. His voice was dark, and I felt him look over me. I am sorry. He picked up at my shirt, lifting me from my position, making him stare at my face. That makes me mad. And you deserve punishment. What about Jace, huh? What are you going to do with him? He stopped for a moment. Death will give him a visit. I gasped at his words and squirmed out of his grip. I stumbled back, landing on my wrist again. I hissed at the pain. Why, you're a monster. I hate you. That is physically impossible for you to hate me, and you know what? He spat back. I sensed him crouching down in front of me. That's when I realized what I had to do. I, Emerald Green Future Luna of Blood Moon Pa. Finish that sentence and what do I have left to live for? My mate. My real mate had died in my arms. I was taken by the ruthless king, who was my second chance. A monster with no feelings if he killed a child in cold blood. Tell me, king, what do I have left to live for? He was silent. I, Emerald Green Future Luna of Blood Moon Pack. Mid-sentence I felt his fist connect with my head, knocking me unconscious. Chapter 9. Ryder, what did you do to her? Coward. The man by the name of Jace screamed at me. I nodded my head at the guard, and he pulled back the whip and slashing it at the man's back again. He hissed, looking down, trying to contain a scream, instead grunting. I didn't think an alpha took orders from a rouge. I bent down to his level, and he just kept staring at the floor. When someone with authority is speaking to you, you look them straight to me. I motioned to the guard, earning the bent down man other lash on his back. He stuffed a groan, and he coughed up blood. He wiped it with his shoulder. Is that what you did to my M? He breathed out, making my eyes narrow at him. How dare he? Kill him. Dame was enraged. And why would you think that rouges have a sixth sense? Even though I was born in a pack, I was raised by them. He coughed more blood, taking a deep breath. We could smell fear and torture a mile away. I stayed silent. A bit. So what is it, Alpha? Did you make her reveal her blindness, huh? Did you make her hurt? Did you torture here with the idea again? Again. Mate gone through this more than once. Dame is so bipolar. I turned away from the rouge and my thoughts started to pace. What has this girl gone through? Probably not worse than me. We hope. No, you hope. I tilted my head back at him, biting the inside of White Cheek. Throw him in a cell. I don't care which one. No one. I mean no one. Touch him. He is resourceful. If you think I'm gonna give you information about her, you got it wrong, buddy, he growled out as my guards unsheathed him and picked him up, his bruised up arms put behind him. Then I guess I'm just gonna have to get it out of you, Rouge, he growled again. Actually, I changed my mind. Throw him in the award. No food, only bits of water. Enough to allow him to speak. I heard him trying to resist my guards, but there is no chance. I growled, rubbing the temples of my head, and made my way up the stairs and into the light-up room of the guard station. I walked out, heading inside the pack house, and immediately I had Quinn hanging from my arm. Hey baby, she purred lowly, and I simply rolled my eyes. Quinn, am not in the mood. Go home, No fun. But I do know what is fun. She came closer to my ear and I pushed her off with disgust written on my face. I said, am not in the mood. Go home. My alpha voice came, making her pout and turn on her heel, purposely swaying her tiny hips away. My eyebrows knotted together. Fake. Without thought, I started to walk and found myself in the hospital wing. Dane. Just one visit, please. He whines in my head. Am I gonna get out of this without you taking over me? Nope, I could just see it now. My charcoal black wolf wagging its tail happily. Fine, but only one. He mentally cheered, making my headaches grow. What the heck is wrong with me? I walked towards where I could smell her scent, finding her on the first floor. It was a couple rooms down and it was in a quiet area. I opened the door silently and saw her. She had bandage around half her head, and one, of course, covering her well-emerald eyes. I closed the door quietly and walked in, feeling a shiver run down my back. I felt warm around her. It was weird. I pushed back my thoughts and walked closer to her. She had wires and tubes connected to her. I looked at her heart rate monitor, listening to its soft beat. I took a deep sigh. What is she doing to me? One moment she's like any other pack member that disobeys me. But seeing her like this, so helpless, it made me angry. Angry that for some reason I hadn't been in her place. But you did this to her. Dane growled at me. I know. You know, you've been treating her like shit ever since Shess got here. The nicest thing you've done was move her closer to you. I growled at him. Shut it. Nope, him sadly stuck with you, buddy. I rolled my eyes, and next thing I knew, my hand was holding hers carefully, as if she would break. My thumb rubbed circles on the back of her hand soothingly. Shess asleep. She won't notice. Why won't you let her notice? Mates make you weak. I can't have a weakness as an alpha. Father would be upset. Screw him. Involuntarily, I leaned down and slightly kissed her forehead, letting my lips linger. She moved a bit and the heart monitor started to seem to beat faster. I moved back and darting out the room and into the night. Emerald. I stirred in my sleep, feeling electrical shocks in my body. They started in my head, near my temple, and spread across me like a blanket. I felt warm. I sat up, my senses rushing back, and sniffed the air. Mate was here. I sat there confused, listening to the beeps of the heart monitor. Did he wake me? Why was he here? I'm a blind werewolf, and my world collapsed the moment I lost my mate. Chapter 10. After a few hours, I felt well enough to move again. I should have known better than to leave, considering how many times I've ended up here during the first month. Kya, my inner wolf, has been eerily silent since I arrived, and her absence is starting to worry me. Kya, I called out mentally. No response. Perhaps it's because I haven't seen or heard from Ryder in a while, except for that brief moment while I was unconscious. Of course. That's not surprising given the circumstances. Suddenly, I heard quick footsteps approaching, followed by a familiar sniffing sound. It was Ray, her energetic presence filling the room. Hey, where were you? Ryder said there was a rogue breach and you were hurt. He came in here rushing with you unconscious in his arms, she exclaimed, her words tumbling out in a rush of concern and excitement. As Ray continued her animated rambling, I couldn't help but feel a twinge of guilt. Ryder had carried me here. I am fine, I managed, unable to reveal that it was Ryder himself who had knocked me unconscious. Oh, that's great to hear. Ray's enthusiasm was infectious. Anyway, I was thinking, you may be girls' day out shopping. Get you some new clothes. I smiled weakly, appreciating her attempt to cheer me up. Well, Elp, I'm gonna need your help cause. You know. I gestured vaguely at my eyes. Well, duh. So is that a yes? I nodded, and Ray let out a cheer that echoed through the room. Okay, shower, and I'll help you get ready, she instructed. I sniffed the air, realizing we had made it to my room. I'll try to get Annie. I'm already late, Ray called out as she dashed off. I simply nodded, feeling my way around the familiar space of my room and into the bathroom. My fingers brushed against a towel already hanging on the rack. With a sigh, I sat on the toilet, waiting for Ray's return. Minutes ticked by, and I groaned in frustration. Where was she? Suddenly, I heard the door to my room open, followed by grumbling. Heavy footsteps approached the bathroom, and a knock sounded on the door. Why are you here? I croaked, my voice dry and strained. The door opened, and I heard it close behind the unexpected visitor. Annie had to help someone with their baby, and the rest of the female Ongeza were not available. I have to help you, Ryder's gruff voice explained, tension evident when he said female. Oh, okay, I stammered, biting my lip awkwardly. I won't look, Ryder assured me, his usual confidence wavering. Was that a stutter I detected? I grumbled under my breath before sighing in resignation. Fine. I trailed off, unsure how to finish that sentence. Does mate not want to look? KY's voice suddenly echoed in my mind. Where the hell have you been? I demanded internally. Out and about, she replied cryptically, her tone making me suspicious. I heard Ryder shuffling, presumably turning around. Carefully, I felt for the faucet, managing to turn on the water. As I began to undress, I felt my cheeks burn with embarrassment. Like HE's gonna want to look at anything. He hates me, I thought bitterly. No, mate doesn't hate you. Mate KYA began, but I cut her off. Yeah, sure. I removed my shirt gingerly, hissing at the stinging sensation from the scars on my back. The baggy shorts came off next, followed by my undergarments. Hesitantly, I stepped into the tub, trying not to slip. I turned off the water and slid down, ensuring Ryder wouldn't see me, all the while grappling with my conflicting emotions about my mate's presence. Oh, okay, you see, look, I heard shuffling and he took in a sharp breath. I put my head down, trying to get rid of the sense that his eyes were taking over my body. Why, you're so skinny. Thanks. Like an healthy skinny. I gulped and he walked over to where the cabinets are pulling a liquid bottle out a splash. He was probably pouring in the bubble mix. I swished my hand through it and I felt the bubbles come up. I relaxed a bit. So, you want me to do your hair or? Yes, please, he grunted. I responds and felt him reach over me to get the bottle. He was standing there way too long. I could just feel his gaze burning through me. He gulped and I heard a squirt and he dug his hands into my hair, washing it. Sparks, like fireworks, made its way through my body, and before I could stop it, I let out a soft moan. He immediately stopped and I put my hand to cover my mouth, realizing what I just did. He growled lowly at himself. He kept continuing, and soon enough I heard a cup being dragged through the water, and he poured some of the soapy water on my head. "Dodo, you need help with washing your body." "Oh well, actually I can take it from here, thank you." I coughed a bit nervously. I can't let him see my scars, and I bet there was bruises there too. "CM on, at least let me help you with your back." My brows raised. No. I cleared my throat. "I'm fine. I'm good, I'm good, just go." He was growing suspicious. "I know it." "Okay, whatever." His voice went back to its cold dead one, making me sigh. I heard him walking out and closing the door behind him on the way out. I sighed in relief. Kya suddenly got quiet again, but I didn't think much of it. I searched for the washcloth and managed, and stood up in the tub, my back to the door. I grunted from the slight pain, and I got some soap, starting to wash myself. Painfully. I hated them. They made me weak. They reminded me of how weak of a wolf I am, and how I'm a waste of space at times. That's when I heard a gasp and a heartbeat. I was stunned. I didn't even turn. An angry voice ran through the air. "Who gave you those stars? Is that what you're hiding from me?" He growled out, making me flinch. I was so vulnerable right now. I still had my back turned to Ryder, and I heard him angrily walk forward. He grabbed my wrist and turned me to face him. He stopped for a moment. I could sense his wolf attempting to come out. "Get dressed. You are going nowhere with Ray. You are with me. We need to talk." He was flashing in and out of his wolf. I heard him give a frustrated groan, and he walked out, slamming the door behind him. I'm in trouble. Chapter 11. Scared. Afraid. Terrified. My feelings were blind through me. I was petrified. I pulled over a silky shirt and tied my cloth around my eyes. He knows. I whimpered at the thought. What is he going to make me tell him? I didn't want to tell him anything. I don't know what he would do to me. Maybe the same as Jace. That thought killed me. My best friend. Locked in a cell, probably being starved and tortured. All because he came to see me. Just to look at me. I gulped and walked out of my room, following his scent. Scents can have feelings to them, or say something about a person if the feeling is out and strong. Ryder's was in a rage. His scent strained and tensed. I shivered and stopped abruptly. I was in front of his office door. His scent was strong, and he seemed to be pacing inside. He stopped. I pulled on the doorknob and letting myself in. "Shut the door," he growled out. I whimpered and closed the door behind me. "Lock it." I turned the little knob, locking the door. Ghosted, I nodded and found my way over to a soft couch. Sitting down. "Explain." I sensed him in front of me. I can't. I broke the silence that was soberous. He growled, and then I heard a crash. I flinched at the noise, angry. "Why can't you tell me?" His wolf. It sent shivers down my spine. I just. See, can't. I'm scared. He crouched in front of me, and I felt his hand grab mine and another one of my leg. I gasped. "Please. Ryder is a jackass for hurting you, probably making your scars worse, my love. Please. Just let me help you." I shook my head and felt tears streaming down. I was shaking. No, they will kill me. They will kill me." I pulled away from his grip, curling up into a ball. "No one will kill you as long as I'm here." He was turning back to Ryder. Please don't let him come back." Who? Ryder's wolf had whimpered, seeming to be fighting with himself. Ryder, I don't want him here." That's when he grew silent, and my hand flew up to my mouth, stifling a gasp. "Ryder, dang, let me out. This is my body, and I give you power now. Shut the hell up." Something happened to mate. I mentally groaned and just watched the scene unfold, attempting to get out. No, they will kill me. They will kill me." She pulled away from Dane's grip, curling up into a ball. "No one will kill you as long as you." I almost got out. Please don't let him come back." Dane gave her a confused look, running a hand through my hair. "Who?" Dane whimpered as I almost got out of the link. Ryder, I don't want him here." That's when I stopped, my heart dropping into the out of my stomach. It was silent. "She hates you." Shut up. I got out of the link, allowing myself to come back, my eyes turning back. Why don't you want me back?" She broke out into a sob. She tucked her head into her knees, which were at her chest. I reached out and all she did was scoot away, my face softening. Emmy, he came back saying that, and she broke down shaking more. N, no. D, don't call me that. Don't. I gritted my teeth. Just tell me. Who gave you those scars? I said softer. Her face lifted up a bit, probably trying to sense my moves. My stepfather. You have a stepfather, she nodded sadly. She then curled up into a ball again. I need Chase, said softly. I felt my throat go dry and I clenched my fist. You don't need a rouge to help you. Your ma, you didn't admit that before. You didn't admit that when introducing me to your sister. To any pack members. You kicked me, punched me open my wounds, called me names. I want Jace. Her voice was powerful and Dame seemed to submit. Fine, ice pat. Walking to the door and slamming it behind me. I angrily walked over to the guard tower and pack members stared me looks. I groaned and walked down the steps. Marland or cell block of 5. Open. I heard a yes alpha and a buzzard sound. I walked to where the cell was and stared down at the crippled man. Your lucky Emerald needs you, or I would have had a new head decoration for my walleye and his chains making him get up. I pushed him along to the pack house. Wolves were on guard already as he entered. I kept pushing him along, getting to my office. I opened the door, throwing him in, and he fell, making Emerald gasp. Have a fun time with that. I shut the door. Emerald. Have a fun time. He slammed the door and I scrambled over to where I heard Jace fall. Jace. I'm so sorry. I hate. It's okay, N, no, it's not. HS a monster. HES your mate. He coughed out and his head rested in my lap. I gasped. How do you? Sixth sense, he strained. I let out a pained laugh and his hand came over mine. He needs you. You shouldn't be with me. He coughed and I kept my head down. Is horrible. Look what he did to you. I don't think you can look what he did to me. I felt my lip go up into a smirk. Touch. He chuckled a bit and started to wheeze. But seriously, give him a chance. The past is already done. At least allow him to try and make your future better. You can tell him. How do you KNO 7 cents? I playfully slapped his chest and he chuckled. Now go. He coughed again and I rubbed circles in his hair. Will you be fine right here? Yo, good. Go. Chapter 12 running. It's my only possible way to live. I can't really fight. But I would run in a forest with obstacles. Now an empty hallway in which made me feel I was walking into oblivion. I kept trying to follow his scent, almost bumping into people. They went out my way as I sped past them. Watch it, bitch, I heard a sneer. A woman. Sorry, hun, but I think we are all bitches here. I kept running and stopped in front of a room. It was his room. I could sense mine next to his. I held in my breath. He was still angry. I could feel it. I hesitantly knocked on the door and I waited. He stopped whatever he was doing and I heard silence. "All Ryder." My voice croaked. I rested my head against the door. "Ryder, please let me in," I sniffled. "Let me explain everything. Please." The door opened, almost making me stumble, but he caught me. "Wouldn't you rather be in the arms of the Rouge?" "Dace, was it?" I whimpered at his response, getting out his arms and entering his room. He closed the door and I heard him leaning against it. "Rouges," I said, letting my held breath out. "Rouges. Like Jace." "No, this was before Jace was a Rouge, before he went with." I stopped myself and swallowed back my bile that was building up. "Went with who? Tell me." He came closer. I crossed my arms and then he grabbed me by my shoulders. "Tingles. His father." I walked away from his grip, feeling a bit anxious. My back was turned to him. "My stepfather," I finished. I heard him sigh in relief and my head tilted to him. "He was born Rouge where he met his mate in my pack. Then what happened to her?" I took a shaky breath. This is when I had my vision, where I could see everything. She was hanged for loving a Rouge. A disgrace to the pack. I felt him move closer to me, only to make me walk away and sit down on a bed. "They made you witness that, didn't they?" Me and Jace were tied to the hip. His father wasn't even there. He left his son with her, and her son had to watch me with him. It's one of the only memories of my sight have I felt tears streaming down my face from the memory. This was before Alpha Carson. His father was in rain, so do not blame him. He grunted at my response and I felt the bed dip next to me. Carry on, he whispered. I gripped the bed sheets under me as streams came down. My dad died in a war against the Rouges not long after and my mother met him. They started to date, but kept it in secret. I gulped. Eventually people thought that Jace and I were mates and took pity on me. They eventually led to the bullying. Hence the bruises that never really healed on my hip. I felt a hand on my thigh. I tilted my head up. If you don't feel like continuing, you don't have to. You should get some rest, I nodded, and he wiped away a tear from my face with his soft hand. I leaned into his touch inside and content. What are we? I'm Ian. You my mate, but you hate me. You beat me around others and alone you're sweet. My voice came out raspy. Probably because of the tenseness in my throat. I don't know. He got up from his position, meaning he had to pull away. I immediately felt cold. You are staying here tonight. I don't want you out of my sight, he growled. I bit my lip, nodding. Now stay here, I have to deal with your rouge. I grabbed his arm before he could leave, keeping my head down. Please don't hurt him, he snorted. Please, I begged. He pulled away and walked out the door. I laid back in the sheets and his smell immediately went around me. I sighed again and curled up into a ball, pulling he covers over me. I felt calm in this scent. I eventually found sleep. Come on, little slut. Beg for me to stop. I kept my mouth closed and eyes wide open as I felt him kick me. I heard a few cracks and eventually he stopped getting out of my view. I let out my breath and regretted it, feeling pain near my stomach. He came back into view with a whip in hand. Beg. A crack went through the air and then my scream. Where is my mom? She should be here. Plead before I can finish. Another sharp pain raced across my back. Darl, please. Street, I screamed again, feeling the whip on my skin. I called him, hear you. He went out of view again. Mother will leave you. W when I tell her. He crouched down low in front of me, the memory seeming too real. How could you tell her what you saw me do if you can't see? He quizzed. I looked at him in utter confusion. My 14-year-old self didn't know that what she saw will be her last. He came closer and a spiked whip went across my cheek. Sure enough, gonna leave his car. No, please. Please, no. I won't tell, I will. You won't be able to tell anyway. Say by Emerald, I screamed, feeling the scars on my eyes sting, and someone was shaking me by my shoulders. Emerald. I tried kicking out of whoever was holding me, screaming. It's me, I stopped and sniffed the air, smelling Dylan's scent. Dylan, I cut him off and he sighed. Ryder. It's Ryder. I felt tears streaming down my face as he pulled me into his bare chest, allowing me to cry my eyes out, or at least what's left of them. Chapter 13. Ryder, is she okay? Did she tell you? Without even thinking, I grabbed him off the couch, throwing him to the ground. He groaned and I kicked at his stomach. I know enough to know your father is a disgrace. I kicked at him again and he scrunched up, still groaning in pain. Fine. Fair enough, Carter, my voice boomed in my head. Alpha, what do you need? He responded within seconds. Rouge in my office. Bring him back to this cell, I'm going to bed. Yes, Alpha. Good night, Alpha. I shut off the mind link and walked out my office, leaving the man curled up into a ball on the ground. I almost slammed the door walking out. I don't like him. We should have killed him when we first saw him holding our mate. Stupid wolf, why should we care about a man holding something that isn't even ours? She is ours, you FO, I grumbled, shutting him out. Dane gets annoying. I walked back to my room, still a bit tense from the situation. I should have made her tell me more so I know how to deal with this stuff. But you did. I thought I shut you out. Yet again. Sadly unable to get rid of me. He teased. I walked inside my room and then stopped for a moment. She was there. Her face seemed calm for once. Peaceful. Normally, whenever I was around, her face would scrunch up and stare into oblivion with fear. I took a deep sigh. What is she doing to me? One moment I see her as nothing, then the next. Mine. Déjà vu hit me and I grumbled. I think I've even asking this question the day she got here. I cannot let her affect me. I mustn't be seen as weak. I can't. I'm a fucking alpha. A stupid girl cannot make me bow down at every command as I see the rest of the men in my pack who have mates. I slid off my shirt and pants and climbed underneath the covers. And I stared at her. That's all I could do. She laid there sleeping in my bed, and for some reason, that factor could not allow me to sleep. I gulped and turned my back from her, shutting off the lamplight and staring at wall, till I fell asleep. I felt someone kick at my side and my eyes flew open. My instinct skipped and I looked at Emerald. She was scrunching up, her face twisting and tears running down her cheeks. She was sweating and seemed to be fighting with herself. Jarl, please, Street, oh God. Please don't tell me she's having a fucking nightmare. I groaned, feeling a slash of pain on my back. I gripped the sheets, trying not to scream out. Please. Please, no. I won't tell I woe. She was beginning to yell in pain. I felt as if a knife went across my cheek. I gripped it and grunted. I have to get her up. I have to. Another pain, but worse. My eyes stung, feeling like they were burning off. I roared, sitting up, and started to shake her by the shoulders. Emerald. She went to kick me, making me dodge. She screamed. It's me, I began, and she sniffed the air. Dylan and I frowned as the pain went away and sighed. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and Eli Dredd. An undocumented changeling and forced to cause as a low-level witch. It's Ryder, I mumbled. She was a mess. She looked like she just went to war. Dane took over, pulling her into my bare chest, and she grabbed onto me. Crying. No, not crying. Sobbing like there was no tomorrow. I unconsciously began to stroke her hair, and her sobbing turned into soft sniffles. Who? I want to name. Dane's voice was stern. She seemed to notice it. Jarl, her lips seemed to quiver at his name. I held your hand, rubbing circles on the knuckles with my thumb. Who is Jarl? Is he Jace's father? She whimpered at the name and she started to shake. It's okay. Hey, it's okay. I pulled her back in, feeling the warm liquid of her tears down my chest. Why, you're bleeding, she muttered. I felt her warm hand on my cheek, and its tongue, making me clench my teeth. I am fine, Emerald, my voice stern. Was it from my nightmare? Is that why you got it? Nightmares. When it has hurt in the dream. A mate can feel it. What the hell was she dreaming about? I nodded and she sighed. She started to get up and tugged on me. Where are we going? I asked. To clean you up. I hate the smell of blood, she grumbled, making me follow after her. She led me to the bathroom. Sit, she commanded, making my wolf, as whipped as he would be, sitting down on the countertop. I watched her as she went underneath me and reaching into the bottom cabinet. Which way is the first aid kit? She questioned. To the left, it should be towards the front in a box. She shuffled around and then she stopped. A face of her twashed over. Emerald, I said, and she gulped. If you want to hide your condoms, put them somewhere else, she said, and my throat's closed up. Fuck. She came back up with the first aid kit and I looked down. But that's okay. All men need their whores every once in a while, right? To suffice their needs. I growled lowly and she just stood there. The box opened and then she felt around looking for something. I heard something open and the cloth was applied to my cheek, making it stain. I growled and my hand grabbed her wrist. What are you doing? The wound has to be cleaned. It's Schulten's scar because it was a stupid nightmare, she seemed to grumble and continued. That's when I noticed her cheek. The scar. The same cheek that was bleeding for me. In that dream. Is that when you lost your eyesight? She stopped, her breath hitching in. She out her head down, biting her lip. Yeah, she then continued, and I felt a band-aid go on. There, you're done, she whispered, sending chills down my spine. Thank you, she started to walk away and back towards the room. For some reason, Ain took over. You can't sleep like that, your clothes are all wet. I'll get you something to wear. Without thinking, I was pulled into my closet and pulled out an old shirt of mine. She turned and blindly caught the shirt. What are you doing? Aren't you a little curious about what mate looks like in our clothes? I sucked my teeth, crossing my arms. Her back was turned to me as she slid off her shorts. I closed my eyes. My first clenching. Come on, and then I opened my eyes to see her in. Just my shirt. Okay, you've finally done something I approve of them. I got underneath the covers, watching her fall asleep. Chapter 14 Emerald. I groaned, feeling the senses rush back to me as I woke up. I slept really good last night. Well, except my visions that I had. I stretched a bit and my hand accidentally bumped into something. Someone. I pulled back, yelping a bit, and the person started to move. I shuffled backwards and then was stopped as I felt an arm around my waist. The person tugged on me, pulling me closer. My breath got heavy and I smelled Dylan. Wait. This is Ryder. I put my hands on his chest and started to pull away, only to make him pull me closer. He put his head in the crook of my neck, making me gasp. "Aw, Ryder," I whispered. He moved again, getting comfortable, and I heard his soft breath in my ear, feeling the tickling sensation on my neck. I bit my lower lip and sighed. He is such a heavy sleeper. I whined softly. My hands went up and they caressed his soft face. They found their way to his hair and I started to play with it, and he groaned, starting to get up. I pulled away and felt him grab my wrist. "What are you doing?" He growled softly, sounding half asleep. "You would let me go." "I needed to wake you up," I gulped, almost stuttering on my words, feeling how close he was to me. Sorry, I'll just go back to my room, I didn't mean to." "No," he growled, and his grip on me tightened. "I'm moving your stuff into my room. You are staying where I can see you, got it?" I nodded and he let go of me. His heartbeat slowed and I got up, swinging my legs over the bed. I yawned, making my way to the door. "Where are you going?" he barked. I froze and kept my head down. "I am gonna get breakfast." My voice had squeaked a bit. He growled and I heard shuffling of the bed sheets, and he stood up. "Not in those clothes, you're not. I'll send someone to get you breakfast." "What clothes?" He chuckled. "You're in my shirt and just your dunnies." My shirt reaches high thigh. His wolf was coming out, making me bite my lip and want to hide. "Please let me out." "Maid is nervous around us, you know." "Not now." Oh, so you plan for the future." If she was in front of me, I would want to smack her. I growled and heard him walk. I heard a door shut. He went to the bathroom. I heard the shower go on and I sighed. "I know you want to join him. Even though you can't see, you would want to be in the presence of our mate without clothes." She purred. "Why are you so horny?" "No reason. I just think it's fair. He saw you without clothes, you should be in his presence when he is." "Shut up." I walked to the bed, sitting back on it and rubbing circles on my temples. I heard him curse and my head shot up. I shuffled over to the bathroom door. "Ryder, are you okay?" I heard the shower go off and he groaned. "I forgot my towel. It's on the bed." Do you want me to get it?" It was maybe a few seconds until I got a response. Yes, his voice was low. I went back over to the bed, searching for the towel. I managed to grab it and steadily walked back to the bathroom. He opened the door and my face immediately turned red. "Why, your towel lies," squeaked out, making him grunt. He snatched it out by hands and then walked past me. Approval rate over infinity. Kia was jumping around, making me mentally groan. Ryder went through a drawer and I heard him getting dressed. He then stopped for a moment, his heart rate slowing. It was like that for a few minutes. "Ryder, everything okay?" He didn't respond at first. Then he let out a curse and rushed. I then felt a piece of clothing hit me in the face. "Put this on. We need to go now." I felt around, feeling it was sweatpants, and slightly blushed. "What's wrong?" I said, slipping into them and pulling the waistband. "Someone near the borders of the pack was murdered. There seems to be rouge activity." I stifled a gasp and then he grabbed my wrist, pulling on me. I stopped dead in my tracks. I don't think I can go with you." "Emerald, don't be stubborn, we need to go." Now his grip tight and making me whimper as he led me through the pack house. I almost tripped a few times, catching myself, trying to keep up with his movements. OCM on and felt him pick me up bridal style, making me shriek, and he started to run. "Hey, put me down." I slapped him on his bare chest and he grunted, mumbling something. I sniffed the air as he put me down, smelling wolves. They all seemed to be of a heart that rank. Then blood. I whimpered, smelling it, and a man approached us. Alpha. June Anderson. She had a mate. Louis Anderson, and 2 kids. No one survived except the toddler. It seemed as if Rouges were present. There was a note left by the adult's and eldest son's body. I heard a piece of paper being snatched away from the man's hand and into writers who read it. The gleaming shade of green, the shallow shade of red, for soon poor Emerald will be dead. I froze. Is the note signed? I whispered a bit. My voice small. Ryder growled, J.C. Emerald, who is that? I want to know now. He barked. I whimpered again and my head was low. Joel. J.A.'s father, your stepfather. I nodded, feeling tears stream down my face. The man who spoke through his letters in riddles. Chapter 15. This is a threat against this pack. The Rouges have killed our own and sent a message to another pack member stating their death date. I yelped a bit as Ryder slammed his hands down on the table. He had called his ally Alphas for a meeting and they came within the day. I'm sorry, Alpha Ryder, as much as we would, it is against our contract to help protect wanted members. I say give her to them before anyone else gets hurt. Her rank isn't that strong in your pack anyways. Just useless. I don't know the man's name. Nor did I know his scent due to the fact at least 5 more scents were there. I kept my head down and heard Ryder growl. Do not call her useless. Whimpers were heard in the room as his wolf threatened to come out. The fact that she is a lower rank writer and gonna have to agree with Alpha Alwork, another stern voice said. I felt my throat close up as the tears threatened to fall. Ryder took a shaky breath as I sensed him running a hand through his hair. I'm sorry, Ryder, but there is nothing we could really do. Another voice. Softer one. It's fine, I just gotta. Just can you excuse yourselves, I have to talk to Emerald. He sounded winded at this point. I heard cheers scrape the ground as everyone got up. Their footsteps leaving the room. The door slammed shut and then I heard a click. I don't know why you didn't just tell them I was your mate. He stayed silent. I got up and sniffed the air, making me way over to where he was. Why? You can trust me. My voice came out raspy and he took another shaky breath. I don't think I can, he growled. He then started to walk away, leaving me to frown. Something's wrong. I can sense it in your tone. He went stiff. I focused on my hearing. Nothing is wrong. His heart rate went up a bit. You're lying, he growled out, and I heard something crash. I flinched a bit. Something like glass was thrown my way. I stood still and I sensed he was starting to walk up to me. It wasn't even hesitant. He kissed me. It was soft either. Rushed rough. But he seemed to be pouring his feeling out. His hands found my waist and he pushed me up against the wall that was there. Here was a loud bang from impact, making me yelp and allowing him more access. Our tongues were fighting for dominance, but he seemed to take over. I don't know how or when, but we made it over to the table in the middle of the room. I know due to the fact that I felt something under me other than the wall. Blindly, my hand fumbled for his shirt and he helped me out, taking it off. I felt my leg wrap around his torso, pulling him even closer. Wait, what am I doing? As much as I wanted to, I howled and stopped. He was still in power in this situation. He then found his way to my neck. Oh, Ryder, shut up. He barked and then kissed me back on my lips again. I then felt my hands roaming his torso and then he pulled away. I felt his stare on me, burning right through me. It was silent. What the hell was that? Just shut up. Do not mention this. He walked over somewhere and I heard him pick up something. Do not tell anyone this. He then made his way back over to me, or so God help me, do not remind me of this again. Got it. I whimpered and then nodded my head. Now get out. I nodded again and jumped off the desk and booked it to the door. I fumbled a bit trying to find the doorknob and unlocked it. Running down the hall. I felt someone grab my arm and then I shrieked. Where do you think you're doing, runt? It was one of the Alphas. I still need to talk to you, Ryder, you're a fucking idiot. Can you shut the hell up? I looked at the broken vase I threw earlier. I kicked down a chair and growled. You kiss her, then you tell her to forget about it and leave. You know, maybe if you weren't always nagging at me in my head, maybe I can actually fucking think straight. My voice rose and Dane went silent. Dane. I growled. Dane. Stupid wolf. Stupid Emerald. Stupid writer. I'm the one that is fucking stupid. Language, when do you care? I sat down on the couch, putting my head in my hands. She needs to learn that I can't have a mate. At least, not yet. Father is coming for a visit. He always does. This time, he actually sent me a decent voicemail. I got to get this shit cleaned up. Carter. Yes, Alphys, and someone to clean my office right away. I shut it off and then walked out of my office. I went down the hallway, I saw Emerald run down, and then I heard voices. Rumors are true then. You've got a bounty over that pretty little head of yours then. What did you do, you bad girl? I heard Emerald yelp and then I peeked my head. Alpha Alaric along with Alpha Mac had her cornered. Please, I'm trying not to cause trouble. I just want to go to but I'm not letting you go anywhere. Maybe if you're good, I'll ask your Alpha to borrow you for a while, Alpha Mac spoke. Her head slanted down, trying not to feel their gaze. They held on her. What do you think about that? We heard you guys in his office. Are you the pack slut? Is that why he wishes to protect you? Maybe that's why you have a bounty on your head. Someone didn't get their time. I am no slut, she yelled out. Both men chuckled, Devilly and Ice or Ed. Chapter 16 Emerald. What do you think about that? We heard you guys in his office. Are you the pack slut? Is that why he wishes to protect you? Maybe that's why you have a bounty on your head. Someone didn't get their time. I am no slut, I screamed out. The voices around me just reminding me of Jarl. The Alphys started to chuckle. I heard a low growling and I felt the presence of the Alphys back away from me. Sniffing the air, it was Ryder, but his scent was smelt more dirty. Like a wild animal. He must be in his wolf form. I yelped a bit and the Alphys in front of me growled. Alpha Ryder, we have discussed and decided that this rouge could use our protection. The only requirement being she come with us. Their hearts slowed and I slid down the wall, curling myself into a ball. Then a snap. Like a stick, only it was the snap of a bone. One of them screamed and the other attacked. All I could hear was snarling and snapping of bones, mixed with the smell of blood. In fear I scrambled back into a corner and hearing crashes. Then to thumps. Bodies that hit the ground while the smell of the blood grew. I stiffened, only hearing their faint heartbeats. He did this. All by himself. Without a breath. I felt my heart rate quicken as I heard low growling come closer. I backed up into the wall, making me yelp, and the wolf was standing in front of me. I felt its breath on my face. Blood. Its breath had the smell on it. I was frozen. Dad. Pumpkin, you need to go. Go protect Mommy. Daddy is gonna. A wolf had jumped him. Its fangs clutching my dad's neck. Digging into it. I screamed and began to run. I whimpered at the thought and I heard him shift. Emerald, I felt his hand hesitantly touch mine, making me pull back and scoot away from him. Emerald, I'm sorry. I didn't mean any of that. At the office, didn't I, monster? Ryder, monster. Her voice hit like a silver bullet. I looked back at the two injured Alphys and cursed under my breath. Emerald, listen to me. I didn't mean anything in the office. She was slowly rocking herself back and forth. Monster, her voice croaked. With my arm, I wiped away the blood that dripped from my mouth. Her body was shaking. She seemed pale. Sweat was forming in her forehead. Emmy, I'm not a monster, don't call me that. She screamed and stared to sob. My eyebrows knotted together. Shess, impossible. How the hell do I even? Allow me, no, wait. Too late. Dane took over my body and he sat down next to her. Am I a monster to you? She nodded and went away from his touch. Then allow me to talk to KYA. I can help you. She seemed to be fighting with herself again and her head went up. Dane, I'm scared, she whispered. Emerald's voice changing to be softer. It's okay to be afraid. I didn't like the way those men touched you and I have to protect what's mine, he growled a bit at the end. His hand had cupped her soft cheek and she leaned in at the touch now. I'm sorry if I scared you. I know everything seems scary, especially when you're in the dark. Allow me to be your light. Your protector, he wrapped an arm around her and she put her head on his chest. I'm not afraid of not being able to see the enemy. I'm afraid of not being able to see past darkness. He kissed her forehead, making her sigh in content. Let me out. No, you're not gonna let me come back out. I know you. Just let me talk to her, Wolf. I took over and she shifted, probably sensing Dane gone. My human and I do not wish to speak to you, her voice croaked as she went out of my grip. She scooted and leaned against the corner of the wall. Please just let me explain. I think Emerald's given you many chances. You're a monster. Simple as that. She stood up at this point and started to walk, stopping as her foot hit a body. The alpha had groaned under her. She stiffened and her head drifted down. Just look at what you did, Alpha Rider. You have made Emerald and I see our past when we were it's supposed to. You're gonna have to do something to make up for it. I clenched my teeth and she started to walk away. Any pointers? She tilted her head towards me and I saw a tear sliding down her face. Just stay away from me, she then ran away. Emerald, what did he do to you? Ray asked as I walked into her room, slamming the door. I don't wish to talk about it, I grumbled and found my way over to the bed where she seemed to be sitting. Come here, I felt her hand on my back and she embraced me. We stayed there for a bit and I laid back against the headboard. HES a monster. And he knows it. Chapter 17 Rider, so no one can read Braille. She is gonna have to read it, I shook my head, running a hand through my hair. Well, find someone who can't translate. Surely someone in this pack knows Braille. The pack warrior stared at me in fear, hesitating. Alpha. W, we've never had a B, blind person in this pack and no one has been exposed to their writing either. Then why are you still here? Send someone to go and find someone that can read Braille. I growled. He yelped and ran out of the room. I stared at the letter written with Braille letters and grumbled under my breath. This better not be that Jarl guy. Hey, about that. Emerald didn't tell us everything. And how do you know that? I kinda talked to KYA when you guys were sleeping. By the way, KYA said I have to make you sleep on the couch. But it's my room. Just listen for once, Geesh. I groaned and then stared back at the note. It was just shaded to dots to me. I ran a hand over it, feeling the grooves. Someone then knocked on the door. Come in, then door opened and then one of my guards threw in a man. Gaze. He seemed skinnier. He looked weak as he fell straight to the ground on his knees. When's the last time you actually gave him water? Yesterday, Sarai nodded, dismissing the guard, and went over to my fridge. I pulled out a bottle of water and crouched down in front of him. I uncapped it. Here he looked up at me, his eyes red and bags underneath them. He grabbed it and starts to chug it down. Slow down, Novo witch. Slow sips helps you, he listened, taking slow sips and breathed out. Why are you being nice? I got up and grabbed the note from my desk and passed it to him. Red Eye commanded. His eyes narrowed at me as his fingers scanned the paper. Halfway through he stopped. It's good that you didn't show my M this, I growled a bit. Okay, Gel, Asalfa, chill, what does the note say, Rouge? His breath stopped a bit and he paused. A bird has flight. A bee does too. But the wolf without sight is a wolf without life. He stopped, taking heavy breaths. Like father, like daughter, I murder, you murder. At least that's what you did to your mother. His grip on the paper tightened. When the clock strikes 2. You get a chance. When the clock strikes 3, you'll hang. Meet in the clearing, where son, unlike father, almost met his end. And come alone, my dear daughter, till end a growl emerged from my chest as he continued. Farewell, Jay. He gulped, taking in a deep breath. Teeth clenching. The note was established to Emerald. I think he thinks I'm dead since he didn't want anyone else to know but her. Where did he learn Braille from? Her mother had taught him, and I. Wait, I narrowed my eyes at him. What is it now? His eyes had scanned the paper once more. Like father, like daughter, I murder, you murder. At least that's what you did to your mother. His eyes widened as he reread the statement. HES. Gonna kill her, her voice croaked as her head fell down in defeat. Emerald's hand was on the writing, taking every bit of info on it. Her lip trembled a bit as she was unable to find the words. Jay stood behind her and cautiously wrapped his arms around her waist, turning him a growl from me. He pulled away immediately, putting his hands up, and I rolled my eyes and stared back at Emerald. You are not going to meet him, her face scrunched up and hurt as if she'd been stabbed. I have to. This is my mother we are talking about. I will not allow her. Yes, a woman who allowed you to see death. A woman who could not protect you from becoming blind, a woman who left her child with a pack she was thrown out of a woma. It was not her fault. She is still my mother, my birth giver. I should give her my life. She snapped, growling. I'm not gonna allow you to go on a suicide mission. You are crazy. Why am I crazy? You're the one who has been acting crazy all the time I frickin' been here, which was barely 2 months. Oh, so I'm crazy now, Yes, the big and mighty alpha who can throw me with the rouges. You know I'd see that as such a bad idea. Emerald, I swear if you. A knock at the door suddenly broke our attention away from our argument. Come in. A warrior came in, seeming as pale as a ghost. Alpha, your father is here, he said a bit fast, but I caught it. My fist clenched and I glared at Emerald. We will talk about this later, I got to fucking take care of rather important shit. I walked out the room, slamming the door shut. Emerald, rather important shit. He screamed out, slamming the door behind him. I whimpered at his words and heard a voice. Let me guess, you still want to do it. You know, get your mom, Jace quietly said. I tilted my head to his direction, nodding my head. Be ready by 2 o'clock, chapter 8. Jarl to the side, it's 230, should be here by now, Jace growled. I nodded in response, and right on cue a voice. I keep to my word. You should know that by now, son. I felt the air get tense as I felt more wolves present. They stood in a circle in the trees. You brought an army to face a blind woman and a beaten warrior. My so-called father chuckled a bit in harmony to the other rouges around. Emmy, I haven't come to attack you two. Why would I hurt my king? You did it all those years ago. Why stop now? I spat. I sensed him right in front of me. He chuckled more, and then I felt a hand on my cheek, stroking it. I heard Jace growling. Son, I thought you were on my side. We are family. You stopped being family the day Emerald went blind, Jace sneered. I heard Jarl growl in annoyance and sighed, taking a hand off my cheek. Anyways, the deal, yes. He stated. Where is my mother? I heard him walking, and then he mumbled something. A nuisance. Then a muffled scream. Mom. I clenched my teeth. Let her go. I screamed. A deal. Have you not understood the letter I sent you, dear Emmy? Another muffled scream from her. My fist clenching. I'll do anything, just let her go. I then heard Jay scream, and then a body hit the ground. Stop it. His breath slowed. HES unconscious. Like I said, only you are supposed to hear this, no one else. I heard them dragging him away, and I bit my inner cheek. What is your deal, Jarl? My head jerked to the side as if a hand came into contact with it, smacking me in the mouth. My hand went up to it as I felt the blood fill my mouth. I am your father. You call me your father. He screamed. I bit my lip, nodding. Try again. What is your deal, father? I stuttered on my words, and I can almost see him smirking like he does every time he did something right. Oh, my only daughter, your mother and I have been talking. Well, actually, I've only been talking most of the time. That's beside the point, for he seems to be walking around me, circling me. Come with me. And your mother can leave. A soul for a soul. A life for a life. A prisoner for a prisoner. I shuddered at his words, and then I heard a ding. Time's up. I'll give you today's time, my love. With that, his scent disappeared as of the others, including my mother's. I held my hands out, searching for anything and nothing. Vampire deception. I Drake Mason and EY Gwet, as an undocumented changeling and forced to pose as a low-level witch. Where's Jace? Jace. My voice seemed to come out weak as I wiped away a free tear. Jace. HES gone, KYA whispered. At least he won't be starved or beaten. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Your mother is in custody. I gulped and then started to walk back. Do you even know where you're going? No, I don't. Helping would be nice, though. Hey, you and me are blind. Jace led us. I sighed at her response and tried to follow our scents. I felt like I've been walking for hours, when it's been mere minutes. Eventually, I did find my way back to the main pack area. I cheered a bit in my mind and started to walk towards where I think the pack house is. Not that I could see it coming, but I bumped into someone. I stepped back, hearing them growl. Who are you? Who are you? What are you doing on pack territory? The voice was rough and deep. I yelped and he gripped my arm. Guards. He yelled and I heard some movements. Two hands had gripped my shoulders and I felt the person behind me. Alpha Moon. What is the problem here? Alpha. Wait, Moon. Oh. This Rouge had trespassed onto these lands. Lock her up. Sir, this is just a misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding. She's a Rougean policy is to kill her or to lock her up and starve her. I whimpered at his tone and then another voice. Father. I immediately froze as a guard that held me in place left and I felt his presence behind me. Rider, this Rouge has trespassed onto your territory. How can you allow this? Guards and trackers should be along the border making sure no one gets in. He yelled back. His tone aggressive and his grip on me tightened, making me wince. Then the grip loosened and then fell off of me. My hand went to the spot rubbing it. She is with me. She is mine. Sorry. My prisoner and I choose what I want to do with them. She could escape at any time, Rider. You are a fool. No, for she is blind, so I let her wander since she has no sense of where she is going. I felt Rider's hand wrap around my waist and pull me into him, making my breath catch itself. His father hummed a bit and I felt his cold gaze on me. Not that I can see his gaze. It's like a new fifth sense I grew instead of my sense of sight. The sense of seeing things without seeing them. It's weird. Fine. Do what you must, but I say you starve her, and with that he walked away. I let out a sigh of relief and then Ryder came close to my ear. Now kitten, where were you at the hours of 2 and 3? I gulped, feeling his hand tightened on my waist. Chapter 19. Mommy. I was staring to run towards the treehouse Jace had built with Daddy. I then felt someone grab me, lifting me up. I squealed and saw it was Daddy. Hey Emmy, where are you going, pumpkin? Mommy is in the treehouse and Jace is trying to get up there. I need to protect me and Mommy's territory. But that is Jace and my territory. He corrected me, putting me down and running towards the treehouse. Mommy, watch out. I screamed. I saw her and Jace running around as Jace was chasing her. That's when Daddy ran up, grabbing Mommy by her waist and lifting her up. She giggled and then out of nowhere Jace had tackled me. Hey Jace. No fair. Get off of me. I was laying on my stomach as he was sitting on my back. You're a fatty. Uncle Mac. I got the beast take over the Tory territory. Dad had repeated. He then chucked Mommy over the shoulder, carrying her to the pool. She shrieked as he threw her in. Nuo. I screamed and then Jace had done the same thing. Emmy, you're the fatty. I hit at his back, trying to let me go, and he threw me into the pool as well. I felt someone's arms wrap around me and pulled me up. I looked into Mommy's eyes as they were filled with determination. Let's get our treehouse back, she said, and we both charged. I said stop. I snapped out of my thoughts, my sense of the presence warming back. I gasped, feeling a bit wobbly, and then someone stealing me. What the hell was that? Ryder's voice was rough and drained. Did you see that? I whispered and he growled, making me step away from him. He then took an aggressive step forward, grabbing the back of my neck and making me walk forward. Ryder, Restio, stop, you're hurting me. I whined. I felt us entering the pack house and people whispering and mumbling. This only made him want to go faster, as we were basically at a fast-paced jog. I kept stumbling, but his hold on me held me. I whined and then sensed someone in front of us. Oh, Ryder. Ray, get out of my way. He growled back and I yelped at his tone. Her body seemed stiff and not frightened by his tone. Let go of Emerald before you do something stupid. Her voice came back calm and assuring. I felt him squeeze the back of my neck more. She has told lies to me, sister. She must be punished. Ryder, I said, let go of her before you do something stupid. She seems to take a step forward. A cautious step. In an outrage, Ryder went forward, and then I heard a crash and Ray groaned. He pushed her into the wall. Ryder, stop. I cried out. We walked into a new room and he pushed me inside. I heard the door slam shut and then he locked it. I tumbled back, trying to get away, and the heat grabbed at me and pushed me against the wall. He trapped me in between his arms. I cowled at move. His hot breath trailed down to my neck. This is your punishment for telling lies. for doing what you weren't supposed to. Disobeying my orders, his voice was sinister. I then felt something sharp go along my neck and to my shoulder. His teeth. I gasped, knowing what he was doing. Why, you're gonna regret this, yo, HES lost it. His teeth circled in one spot and then his head went back a bit and he seemed to be observing something. Dylan is no more. You are not Dylan's, for you are mine. I screamed, feeling his teeth sink into my neck. It felt as if daggers went through my skin. He dug in deeper with his teeth and I cried out. My hands had found his head, trying to pull and pack, but with one hand he got them both above my head. I felt his teeth go out of my skin and I felt drowsy. He let go of my hands and one found the bite mark. My hands, still shaking, touched it and I felt the warm liquid. That's when I fell to the floor. I watched as her body had hit the floor with a thud and soon a pool of blood and surrounded by her neck. I closed my eyes and then opened them, feeling them turn back to their normal color. My fangs grew back to the normal teeth and my vision was blurred. I blinked my eyes a few times and then stared back at the girl on the floor. Shit, I scrambled down and stared at her wide-eyed. No. Shit. Fuck. I checked her pulse and saw it was beating. Slowly. I got up, starting to pace and running a hand through my hair. I stared at my hands, seeing the claws go back down and seeing blood. Her blood. On my hands. I grabbed the nearest object and chucked it across the room. Damn it, that vase was expensive. I started to breathe heavily and then a loud knocking at the door. Alpha. I panicked and then went to the door. Opening it. It was a guard. He immediately tackled me, making me growl and grab him by the shoulder, chucking him over. With my back to the door, someone else had put me in a headlock. I heard more men come in as I tried to get out of their grip. They slammed me to the ground with my arms behind my back. Lock him in his cell, he needs to calm down, Carter. I felt my eyes shift as they lifted me up with my hands tied as my fangs came back out. I snapped at him and his face still was stone. Yeah, listen, buddy. Go cool down, and can I get a doctor in here? His attention went to Emerald and then to men had helped pick her up. Something in me made me furious at this point as I kept kicking and growling, trying to get to her. Soon enough I felt a sharp pain and then I went under. Darkness. I once thought I was the luckiest girl in the world because my lover was the alpha of the entire pack. But fate turned against me in the hands of the very person I trusted the most, plunging me into endless darkness. Chapter 20. Emerald. I awoke with a searing pain in my shoulder, feeling as though it was on fire. Groaning, I struggled to catch my breath, my chest heaving with each labored inhale. Why, he acted strange around her. I'm such a bad sister. Ray's muffled voice drifted across the room. Disoriented, I tried to make sense of my surroundings. The soft surface beneath me confirmed I was on a bed, but the overwhelming scent of Ryder permeated the air, causing a mix of comfort and unease. As I touched my shoulder, violent shudders racked my body. The realization hit me like a tidal wave. No. My breath became shaky as I sat, pressing my entire palm against my right shoulder. Tears began to flow freely as I bit my lip, trying to stifle the sobs threatening to escape. He marked us. KY's voice echoed in my mind, her tone a confusing blend of elation and anger. I cowed and stopped the flood of emotions, sniffling as I began to sob uncontrollably. Ryder's words reverberated through my consciousness. Dylan is no more. You are not Dylan's, for you are mine. The finality of it crushed me. He had taken Dylan away from me. First, Dylan was dead, and now he was gone entirely, severed from any connection to me. As I continued to weep, the door opened. Emerald, I'm so sorry, Ray cried, rushing to envelop me in a comforting embrace. Despite my pain, I knew it was her fault. Nothing is your fault, I stuttered, allowing her to hug me again. How can I not tell that my brother found his mate? It was obvious. Well, more obvious now, but still. Ray lamented. I wiped away my tears with trembling hands as she rubbed soothing circles on my back. He took away Dylan from me. I whispered, the words heavy with grief. Dylan? Ray questioned, and I nodded in confirmation. My first mate. I explained. Ray shifted uncomfortably on the bed before patting my back reassuringly. You know what I think we both need? She asked. I tilted my head slightly, absently tracing patterns on the bed sheet. What? Ray grabbed my hand, pulling me to my feet. Let's go for a run, she suggested. The idea instantly brought a smile to my face, and I shifted into my silver wolf form. At least now we get to explore the territory. Well, at least you. I know this place like the back of my hand. Ray communicated through our mind link as we raced through the forest. I barked in response, my ears perking up at the sound of a nearby stream. Following Ray's lead, I heard a splash ahead. She barked encouragingly as I approached the water's edge. Hesitating. Something wrong. Ray's concerned thoughts reached me as I heard her shifting from her wolf form in the water. I never learned how to swim. It's easy first shift human and then come in slowly. It's not that deep. I listened and shifting back to human and slowly made my way in. It's easy. First get a feel of the water and then keep kicking your legs to stay up. I actually learned to swim. It was great once I got the hang of it. Something happy that's happened in the last few weeks. We went back to the pack house and got dressed into clothes. Bait is trapped in cells. Chia whimpered in my mind. He heard us KYA. He deserves to be there. Can we at least see him? He has to have a reason for marking us so early. Oh, maybe he really does low. Chia, if he had all cared for us then he would have waited and not taken Dylan away from us. You still have the sash over your eyes. Fine, we will see him, but I'm done with this conversation. She cheered, making me groan, and I walked out of his room. What? He still had my stuff here. I made my way down the steps, and as soon as I reached the bottom step someone pushed me down to the ground with a growl. I landed on my butt and groaned. Watch it, runt. The woman screamed. I sniffed the air and smelled it was the same woman from before. About a week maybe I ran into her. Sorry about that, I whispered, getting up, and I felt her clutch at my collar of my shirt. You better be sorry. You need to watch where you're going. Oh wait. Oops. You're blind, I heard snickering. At least to other girls. Great. Great. I can see you brought your little group. The snickering stopped and she let go of my collar. Yeah, can I go? I have somewhat of actual importance to see. I spat at the last part. Who dirt? 'Cause that's your rank right now. The snickering and slight giggles sounded matching her high-pitched, scratchy voice perfectly. No need to talk about yourself like that, sweetie. I patted her shoulder, smiling, and then walked right past her. She scoffed and growled. Watch your back, bitch. Like I said before, we are all bitches here. Riders. I just stared at the wall. I had a racquetball with me. My source of fucking entertainment. Bung bung. Thump thump bung. Bung, thump thump wall. Floor. Hand wall. Flood hand. I heard a door open, making me tilt my head. It was a soft voice mixed with a rough one. Another door opened and she came out. Her head was down as she struggled to make her way over. I'm over here, my voice came out deep. She followed and then rested her hands against the bars. I only came because of KYA. She wouldn't leave me alone, Dane whimpered, and I put him to the side. So I'm guessing you want to see Dane then? You would rather not see me after I put you through hell. I already been to Hell, Ryder, and it's worse than you as it haunts my dreams. I leaned back on the wall and she sighed. I'm letting you out. You deserve another chance and I'm stuck with you now. Best make it work. She motioned to her mark on her shoulder. I couldn't help but stare, but it's not like she could notice. What about my father? HES gonna be here for another week. If he catches us in your room together, he'll mask my scent and say I'm your pack whore, or whatever. She shrugged and I sighed. But she isn't that fine. What about that little deal with your father? She frowned at my response and cleared her throat. I only have one day. Tomorrow I have to make a decision. You already have a decision. You are not going. I'm sorry for your loss. Straightforward. You know he took Jace too. And I stand here thinking HES got it better with his dad. But then I think HES not. Because my mother is tied up. Alone somewhere. We will discuss this tomorrow then if she means so much to you. Right now I really just want to get out." She smirked a bit and then opened the cell door. "It was open all this time, you know, Osiamon." Chapter 21 Emerald. "Just hold me and keep close to me," he whispered into my ear. I gulped, nervously intertwining my hand with his. They had received a new note. We seemed to be walking to his office, and then a door opened. Nuisance came into contact, and then someone ran up to us. "It's written in Braille again." I reached out as the woman handed me the note. I ran my hands across it. "When night meets sun, where's to end, the time will come. To meet amends no later than 545, so try again, be wise in your decision like an old fisherman. Singed dem. SM. I traced my hand across the words and gulped. My mom," he sighed next to me, seeming frustrated. "Listen to me. I want 7 warriors in the trees. Mask your sense. I will be there and your beta will stay here to keep Alpha Moon in check." "Got it." I heard mumbled of agreements. "The plan is to save her mother. And if we can kill all Rouges in sight. But I want the leader alive." People were agreeing with yes sirs and simply making grunting noises. "Great. Get ready, we leave right before sunset. Alpha, are we even going?" "The lake that can see the sunset by the west border. That's where he wants us. Now go." People shuffled around and went by me. I bit my lip again and felt him wrap an arm across my shoulders as the door closed. I sensed him in front of me. "My little gem. Everything will be fine. There is no need to be worried, Dane." I went to back, but he kept me in place. No gem, Dane," I breathed out. His hands went to my waist and tugged me closer. "You are a gem. A hard outer layer. Hard to find. One of a kind." His hand found a loose strand of my hair and put it behind my ear. I took a shaky breath and my hand shot up as he was about to pull back. I grabbed his hand. "Nah," she hesitated. "I want Ryder, Dane. I need to help my mother." "I don't need this right now. Why do you even want to help her?" "She knew you were getting abused by her boyfriend. Why?" "She's my mother. As much as I want to rip her throat out, she brought me into this world. She is about 50 of me. I have to give her some credit. It's the first time that you ask for Ryder and not me." "Why is that?" He rested his chin on my shoulder. "I need to help my mother now. Maybe you can come out later." "Not now." "Oh, so you do plan for a later?" I gave back silence. "And you're not gonna speak until HES back him silence." He sighed and cleared his throat. "It's not my fault," he grumbled, and I sent a smile. "Let's just go and save her," I whispered, and he pulled away, taking my hand. "And out the door." "You came. And you've made your decision?" He quizzed at me, and I kept my head down. Even if I could see, I wouldn't want to stare the man down. "My mother. Where is she?" I heard a snap and a muffled scream. My nose scrunched up. "Baby, no. Leave me. Am a horrible mother, Lee. Take me. Leave her out of this." I heard my mother break out into sobs. I bit my lip and someone roughly grabbed my arms, putting them behind me. I heard a click of a gun. "Goodbye, Martha," she screamed, and then a gunshot. "No." I cried out as whoever was behind me. Grips tightened. This was not our deal. This was it. "You lied as well. I know your warriors are in the trees." As if on cue, I heard growling and rustling of the trees. I kicked back, hitting the person behind me, making them tumble back. They released my hands and I turned back, kicking them again. I then ran and someone grabbed my waist. I kicked against them until they covered my mouth. Hey, it's me. Go run back to the pack house. Go as fast as you can." I sighed in relief. My mother. He killed my mother." I went to squirm out of his grip and he held me. "Pack house now," he yelled back. I gulped back the pain in my throat, and he let me go, allowing me to run. Vampire deception. I drank Mason and EY Dwight. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to pose as a low-level witch. I don't know where I'm going. Blindly, I put my hands out, searching where to go. Emerald duck. I ducked down and heard a swoosh. I then began to run, going God knows where. Someone grabbed me, making me scream. I felt something cold on my neck and the battlefield grew quiet. I struggled as the person held my hair, pulling it back, and held the cold object to my neck. "Look what the cat striped," and his voice was low as he whispered into my ear. I yelped, feeling his grip on my tightened. Let her go or he'll rip you to shreds. I felt the sharp object being pulled closer to my neck as Jarl tugged me closer to him. Awi. Is he your mate, daughter? He is so protective. His breath went down to my neck, making me whimper. I heard hesitant footsteps go closer and the blade was pressed firmly. Did he notice the mark? It was as if he was starting at it for eternity. Another step, Alpha, and your Luna is dead. Silence. The pack members went to go, mumbling as Ryder growled. How dare you? You took the life of an innocent. Your love to what? To hurt a little girl. What a coward to pick on someone who is of lower age and, in fact, blind, to which you have an upper advantage. What did she ever do to you? My eyebrows raised up and I gasped. December of 2002. My honeymoon when I met my mate. Chapter 22. Ryder, it was my fault. It was. Would you like to tell your mate, little Emmy? He pulled at her hair again, making her cry out and me take a step forward. Emerald. I stared at her as she whimpered. Big bitch. Tell him how that mouth of your ruined my life. He threw her to the ground and kicked her, making her scrunch up. I growled loudly, making the warriors tense up. Jarl pointed the knife at me. Watch it. My eyebrows knotted together and I took a step back. He turned his attention back to her. Tell him before I have a new head plaque on my wall. He tapped her hair, pulling her up to weakly stand up. I was 5. I had no idea. You can't hold it against me. He kicked at her again, making her cry out. Don't touch her. The sinister man smirked at me, standing over her. Oh, poor Alpha. Let's play a game, little Emmy. With each lie or minute passed, if you're not talking, I add to your collection of scars. My eyes widened as he picked her up by her hair and held the knife against her arm. Stop. His face then brightened as he added pressure to her arm and blood oozing out. I felt a sharp pain in my arm but ignored it, baring my teeth. Emmy, what bad girl thing did you tell to your Alpha? She bit my lip and after a few he created a new cut on her arm. I hissed at another sharp pain at my arm. Emerald, please. Just answer him. I'm scared, my eyes wide and more, hearing her voice in my head. Don't be. What can I do? She stopped for a few. Don't listen, I frowned. Emerald, maybe you didn't hear me. What did you tell Alpha? Shut your ears. I told the pack warriors, earing me nods from the 4 of them. The other 3 were down. It was an eerie silence. I watched as I just heard an eerie ping while Emerald's mouth had moved. She was crying, bawling out tears as she seemed to be stunned during out her story. He seemed to ask her another question and she responded immediately. I had to hear. I turned on my hearing and he was chuckling. Goof girl. You know what good girl get to go do. He paused for a bit and a grin grew even more. Swimming, I heard a howl and we all tensed up. Get him. I dodged as an arrow whistled by. It landed by my feet. It's a trap. A pack of rouges came out from the tree mid-shift. Emerald. She was struggling against Jarl's grip as he pulled her towards the dock. My claws came out and it turned out to be a full-out brawl. I dodged between 2 wolves, running at full speed toward the dock. Someone knocked me down. I bit into their neck, throwing them off. We were outnumbered. Big time. Carter, get me more warriors. Were under attack by the dogs. Be there shortly, Alpha. I shut off the link and tried to make my way through to her. He brought her to the water's edge. Say goodbye, Alpha, he yelled out, and then tossed her weak body into the water now. I charged forward and then slashed my claws at him. He staggered back as I got a piece of him. He kicked at my legs, making me fall down. He went to kick at me again and I grabbed his leg, pulling him over, hitting the ground hard. I looked towards the water and saw it was moving. No bubbles. She's still under. Why hasn't she swam up? Why hasn't she swam up? I got up running and then dived into the water. Her body was moving. She was laying at the bottom of the lake. I swam towards her, struggling to hold my breath. I grabbed her hand, bringing her up to me. I then smashed her lips to mine, giving her the oxygen I had in me. I let go and started to swim back up. I got up, gasping for air as I had carried her. I need a medic. Some pack warrior rushed over with another. I gave them Emerald and then another helped me up onto the dock. I coughed out a bit of water, feeling my insides burn. I looked around frantically. Where did that man go? The place was like a proper battlefield. Some of my pack were invited, but they'll live. He escaped, I groaned and rested against the ground, still trying to catch my breath. Alpha. I looked over at Ale and tilted my head. What? He looked white as a ghost. She's gone. Emerald, he threw me into the water. Like useless scrap. I tried kicking and swimming up, but my lessons with Ray didn't seem to work. I screamed in the water, I kept sinking down. Unable to get up. That's when it got cold. I felt the mask on my face slip off and my head hit a rock below me. I howled in breath. I had no more oxygen. I can't die. I don't want to die. My eyes shot open. Open. I looked around. Everything was dark. I heard a muffled splash and looked up at the sight. I can see. It was a man. His face was scarred and his clothes ripped as he struggled to make his way to me. Who was he? Was he the angel that will take me to heaven? He grabbed at my hand and then pulled me towards him, bringing his mouth to mine. My eyes were wide open as he kissed me and tiny sparks erupted through me, giving me a bit of oxygen. He then started to swim up with me and the colors around me tasted to get brighter and brighter. My vision was then blocked as I started to get unconscious. I blacked out, feeling the water away from my skin. Chapter 23. Ryder, what do you mean she's gone? I got up, struggling a bit, and ran over to her limp body. I picked up her hand within my own and stared at her. I pressed my ear upon her chest. No heartbeat. No, I intertwined my fingers and began doing CPR. I pressed down 3 times. Come on, I put my mouth to hers and tried to revive her. Come on. I couldn't see her breathing by now. I was growing desperate. I pressed at her chest again. I brought my mouth back down and then pumped back at her chest. You're not dead. You're not dead. Ryder, it's over. I felt Carter's hand touch my shoulder and started to pull me back. I felt limp. Dame was speaking. 2 guards came and took her by the hands and feet, making her go out of my sight. I stared at the ground of where she left me. She left me. She's gone. Dead. Normally the word wouldn't affect me. Dead. Killed. But now, bullets slowly taking my life away. Bit by bit. Alpha. Ryder, Carter spoke, being me out of my thoughts. Something that ran down my cheek. A liquid. Something that actually hadn't happened in 17 years. I was crying. Carter came into view and his eyes wide and seeing my face. Hey buddy, come on. Let it go, she was your Luna. I trailed off and he was up at this point. Say something, he asked. As I kept staring at the ground, I got up. It was your Luna. I was choking on my words. Everyone grew silent. I looked to the right and saw the 2 guards still holding her body. I walked over as they both passed her to me and I held her, my head down in defeat. Let's go. With that, everyone walked in silence back to the pack. They put her in a hospital bed. I couldn't process she was dead. I couldn't. How can I? The heart monitor was dead. A flatline. The pain bringing me to my thoughts. I heard the door open, but I didn't bother to look back. I felt someone's hand on my shoulder and tilted my head back. Ryder, it's been a week. You need to let go, Ray. You know I can't. I just can't. My voice came out low. I haven't slept, showered or eaten in days. My eyes had bags under them. She was my friend too, you know. You can't just sit here being all depressed of your life. I got up, sending the chair back, and held her arm in my hand, my claws threatening to come out. She was my mate. She died in my arms. She died because of me. I shouldn't have let her go. I shouldn't have been such a jerk, and I shouldn't have been such a jackass. I lost her. I lost her. I broke down, shaking violently. My eyes were blinded by tears as I felt her wrap her arms around me. I pulled her by her shirt, shedding tears that haven't been shed in years. I heard her sniffling as she rubbed circles into my back. She laid her head on my chest and sniffled again. That day when she disappeared for an hour, you were outraged. You stopped Father from noticing she was your mate. I caught you in the hallway, dragging her, because you loved her. You marked her because you loved her, my breeze. went shaky, and then with her hand she lifted up my chin to meet her glossy eyes. No matter how much of a jerk you were, no matter how many times you've hurt her, no matter how many times you've been stupid, you did it out of love, but she didn't know that. She hated me, she knew. I know she knew, because those nights when she came into my room and cried because of you. Girls don't cry for just any boy. They cry for the boys that hurt them, that they care about. My eyes left her gaze and went behind her as someone had knocked on the door. She got up from my lap to away a tear from my cheek. She then made her way to the door and opened it. Low voices. They seemed to be talking in a whisper. She turned to me, the light pouring into the dark room. Ryder, there's been a gathering in front of the pack house. I raised a brow, getting up. My eyes squinted from the light. I ran a hand over my face and through my hair. It was a guard. One that I saw a week ago at the dock. Alpha, you need to see this. His eyes were wild. I knitted my eyebrows together. I'm in the middle of something. Is this really important? He nodded, and I took one glance back at Emerald. I grunted and then followed him. He led me to the balcony, Ray following close behind. I opened the door and then my eyes went wide. Thousands of lanterns were lifted up into the sky. The night sky was made of thousands of these flying fires. What is this for? I felt my grip on the railing tightened, utterly confused at the sight. Today is Emerald's birthday. The guards had told her of a Luna, and I kinda told them it was her birthday today. My grip loose, and looking at my sister. What about father? What will he think? I may or may not have told him that there was a meeting for all Alpha seniors tonight in another pack. I stared at her and then embraced her into a hug. Thank you, you're welcome, big bro, and with that she hugged back. Happy birthday, my gem. Chapter 24. Emerald, when you die, you're supposed to see a white light. I saw dirt, a pale hand, grass, and pairs of feet. Then I saw him. The feeling of the fact that I could actually see the world amazed me, but when I actually saw him, my heart seemed to flutter. Well, scratch that. I'm dead. My heart didn't work. He was crying, standing over me as he flipped me over. He intertwined his fingers, pushing down on my stomach 3 times. He brought his mouth to mine and tried to make me breathe again. He did the same thing. I called and he read anything. That's the only thing. Another man came into view. He put a hand on Ryder's shoulder and said something. Ryder kept crying. 2 men came, picking me up and pulling me away. After what seemed like hours, Ryder was back into view. He took me from the arms of the men and his head fell limp, tears staining his face. We started to walk. A month later, Ryder, she was still there. Her body didn't even start to decay. Her funeral was set a day before my birthday, October 24. Today, I just cowled and seemed to let go. I walked out of her room, shutting the door quietly, and started to make my way to my room. I haven't been myself. I've been letting things go, not caring about anything that is happening. Ray is a bit worried about me, but who cares? The pack had been gloomy since the news that Emerald, their Luna, was dead. I felt someone next to me as they wrapped their arms around my wide air. I looked down to see the blonde wrapped around me, pursing her lips. She was the only one said qualified to be Luna. Since Emerald's passing, I found no love in her, but I have to support the pack's decision. What do you want, Quinn? She pouted, sticking out her bottom lip. Baby, is it hard for you to not question me when all I want is your company? Yes. You would normally want something. I gave her the cold glare as she crossed her arms on her chest. Fine. Be that way. She stomped her foot down, walking away angrily. Quinn, why? I stopped myself, sighing. No use. I heard footsteps and then 10 step as someone clasped their hand on my shoulder. You shouldn't get your Luna all riled up. I glanced to the side as I saw him. Father eyed on need your help in these manners. It was hell for a week when he came back. Oh well, too bad for you. Are you talking back to me, son? I don't know, Father, am I? Around us went quiet and the pack members went tense. Listen here, Pop. I could overpower you right now and take back the pack right now. Do you really want that? I looked around at the curious onlookers. I slumped my shoulders down in defeat. Good boy, he patted my head and I silently growled. He walked away and I steadily continued on to my path to my room. Emerald white. The color. So plain. So pure. A reflection. Retract slide off of it so you can see yourself. That's all I can see. A white wall. A white wall. With a mirror. A girl staring back at me. Maybe I really am dead. The white walls being my bright light. Or maybe the light reflecting off the mirror being the bright light. I stared at the girl and she copied my movements. I stared for a bit. She had green eyes. Piercing green eyes. Her hair was down, reaching to the side of her hips. She wore a white dress. Roman style it seemed. She was skinny. She wore sandals and an anklet. A woven band. Her arms had no more scars. They were gone. She looked at her eyelids to see them to be healed as well. No more scars. She lifted her dress down a bit and saw the mark. A wolf. Seemed to snarling. Ready for battle. Fierce. Cunning. Ferocious. Ben letters. No way to quote. His love roared louder than her demons, the girl whispered. She adjusted her dress back up and I sighed. I'm never gonna see him again. Granted, I never did see him, only after death, but I won't feel his touch. I won't sense him. I won't smell his scent. I gulped back the stinging in my throat. At the corner of my eye there was a person, watching me. Another woman. I took a step back, making her go in full view. Hello, Emerald, her voice was soft. Angelic. Who are you? She came closer and smiled softly. My name is Angie, but I'm a moon goddess. Moon goddess, she took my hand in hers and her eyes seemed to glow. Yes, my child. I am the moon goddess T. Then why are you here? She smiled sadly. You are not supposed to die. Alpha Rider needs a mate and you are the only one that can be that. You are the rightful Luna of his pack. What are you saying? The lights around me started to get brighter and brighter. You need to go back with that darkness. Just like I've seen the world before. Chapter 25 Rider. I just stared. In a few minutes I would have to say things about a girl. A girl whose hair was a dirty blonde. Who had scars across her tiny body. A girl who had a mark on her shoulder made by me. She was being carried. I just laid her down on a stone where we held the funeral for my mother. The pack members had all gathered. Top ranks at the front. Lower ranks at the back. Everybody will be able to see her. It's just the lower ranks last. I stared. She wore a black dress. Her makeup was done nicely. Black eyeshadow. Red plump lips. White face makeup to match her lifeless skin color. Her hair was down, laying across the pillow that was under her head. I backed away, hearing a glass cling and the murmurs of the pack members stop. Okay, everyone, we are starting. Carter stood up from the table. Glass and spoon in hand. He put them down and walked towards the center, near her body. I sat down in my seat next to Ray and Quinn. Quinn wrapped her arms around my neck, whispering words into my ear, purring a bit. I didn't bother to listen as my eyes were in a trance with the girl laying on the stone. A month ago, our Luna, emerald green, has died. Everyone was dead silent. I felt a sense of hurt in me and whimpered. She was drowned to the lack of swimming knowledge and the fact she was stuck in the plant life under. She was killed by the Rouge Alpha Immerse. Everybody was whispering to each other. After a meeting with the other packs, they have all agreed that this means war. If one Rouge is seen on the territory on any pack, a war will be started. We are trying to find information about them, but that's beside the point. The morning of our Luna. We have a few speakers tonight. We are going by rank. So please welcome Alpha Rider. I got up slowly and everybody's heads were bowed. There is no crying, you are a man. You cry, you show weakness. I tried my best to stop crying my 7-year-old self. A tear slipped out and he brought back his hand, slapping me across the face. I stumbled a bit but stayed up. What the hell did I just say, Rider? I am sorry. And stopped stuttering. It shows weakness, I nodded, staring at the cold dead body of what once was my joyous mother. Rider. I was out of my trance again and looked over the pack. I looked back at Carter and he patted my back, going to sit down. I took a shaky breath into the microphone. I closed my eyes. Emerald. My gem. The shiniest rock in all them. One of a kind. I stared down at the paper I had written before about what I was going to say. The words seemed foreign to me now. Gibberish. I grabbed the paper, rolling it up into a ball and tossing it to the side. She was my everything. She was my life. She couldn't see. Did any of you know that? She was blind. But she allowed me to see what love was. How to have feelings for someone other than myself. Your old alpha, my father, taught me love was trickery. A way to a man's heart other than a knife. But she showed me it wasn't. The exact opposite. A gift to cherish and to hold dear. I felt my breath go shaky again and a tear slide down. I couldn't hold on that long. I let go too early. I couldn't save her. She died in my arms. I stared at her and felt my eyes brim with tears. I didn't allow her to see I loved her. I didn't. And am foolish for that. I love her. I loved her touch. I loved how I could play with her hair. I loved the way she would overrule me and not back down from a fight. I loved her. In the audience, people were crying, weeping. Let the moon goddess be watching over you. I gulped away my sorrow, struggling to make it over back to the table. I slumped down in my chair. Quinn got up, sitting down on my lap, and rested her head on my chest. I growled a bit in warning, but she didn't move, only sighed in content and snuggled closer. I didn't pay attention to her. Pack members looked at me with curious glances, and I looked down, away from their gaze. I looked back at my mate as Annie went up to the stage. Yes, she's of lower rank, but she's an acceptation. I blocked out her voice and saw something that caught my attention. A hand had twitched. My eyes widened and I stood up. Our writer, Dane, HES back. Vampire deception. By Drake Mason and EY Gwet. As an undocumented changeling, and forced to pose as a low-level witch. People turned their attention to the body, and her face was scrunching up. I ran towards her as guest had sounded, making Quinn fall to the ground. Wait, why who? What's the big idea? I ran and held her now warm hand in mine. She rested herself against her elbows and sniffed. Ah, Ryder. My breath stopped. Emerald, Emerald. She gripped her arms around my neck, bringing me closer, and she stared out into the crowd. Who are all these people? Where am I? Her memory is gone. Chapter 26, Emerald Darkness. Guess for my whole life I've been used to it. I don't remember much. Just a name. People were all around me. Gasped. People exclaiming in surprise. An uproar. I flinched back and then felt a soft hand on mine. All Ryder. I wrapped my arms around his neck and his voice came out strained. Emerald. I stiffened hearing so many people. They were talking about me. A girl came into my senses. She seemed to be standing in front of me. I tried to back away from her and then she embraced me. Automatically my claws came out slashing at her, feeling them draw blood. She screamed and I heard a thump. Ray Ryder's voice cracked. My heart was thumping out of my chest. Are they going to kill me? I started to hyperventilate and arms grabbed me from behind. I screamed, my fangs coming out as I bit into them defensively. Another scream and uproar in the crowd. Carter, get the pack out of here. Ryder was yelling orders and I tried my best to defend myself. More wolves tried to hold me down, while I blindly fought back. Something hard then hit the side of my head, draining me from my senses. Ryder. Ray came from the table and embraced Emerald, holding her tightly. Then slow motion. Emerald's claws came out, slashing at my sister, sending her back to the ground with a thumb prey. Emerald's facial features turned scared as more pack warriors tried to restrain her best they could. Carter, get the pack out of here. I ordered as people were screaming, trying to get away. I turned back to face her to see someone had knocked her out. My eyes widened. Come on. I pressed at her stomach again. I brought my mouth back down and then punked back at her stomach. You're not dead. You're not dead. I shook my head, picking her up in my arms. Alpha Rider. I thought she was dead. I looked back at a male warrior. We all did. Get her to the pack hospital now, he nodded, taking her from my arms and running with another male towards the pack. I looked back at my sister, seeing her clutch her stomach. I crouched down. You okay, kid? She nodded weakly, wincing. Dad's giving me worse. I looked at her stomach as I helped her up, seeing the wound start to close already. I sighed in relief, sending her a weak smile. I'm going to address the pack. Go to your mate. Are you sure? How do you even explain why she's alive? I don't know. You have to ask her and mind link me, I nodded, sprinting towards the hospital. I slammed open the door, making Emerald jump up. I looked at the doctor as he was writing down on his clipboard. He glanced up at me with a grim look, then back at his clipboard. Alpha Rider, a word please. I glanced worryingly at Emerald and then nodded, slowly waking out. He came out, closing the door behind him, and sighed. Have you figured out what's happening to her? He rested a brow. Yes and no. I got bad news and good news. Good news first, he nodded, looking at the clipboard. She's healthy. Most of her scars that she had before are gone, and her body weight has improved than a few months ago. Bad news. Bad news is that she doesn't remember a thing. She may have ADHD, which will affect her attention span. Also, she has a severe case of amnesia. They got her real quick to let me figure all this out now, to keep her healthy and to try and help her brain out. I'm giving a prescription of 2 doses a day. After breakfast. After dinner. Now, if she seems to be blanking out, don't try to get her attention and let her do it herself. If you startle her, it could affect her for the worse. I simply nodded. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a bottle of pills. He handed them to me and I put him in my pocket. Am I able to see her? He motioned to the door and I sighed, going towards it. I opened the door to see her standing here. She stepped back a bit surprised. Can we talk? She nodded her head, shuffling back towards the bed and sitting on it. I closed the door as she spoke. Why can't I see? It's dark. Because your eyes are closed. That tear came out and she sniffled. Why can't I open them? I paused for a bit. Because you're scarred. I took her hand in mine. How much do you remember? About me? About anything? Is there something I should know? Her voice came out scared. Yes, Why, you've missed a lot. She nodded and then seemed to be staring off into the distance. Well, metaphorically. She didn't respond. I took hold of her shoulder and, like out of a trance, her head snapped back toward my direction. Why can't I see? It's dark. My face fell. You already asked me that question, I sighed. I did. Yay, she gulped. I am sorry. I looked down at her shaking hands and then put both of mine to them. Stop. It's okay. You're fine. Here she started to sob as I calmed her down a bit and the heart monitor was going crazy. I kept choosing her, pulling her into my chest. The doctor came in a bit worried and then the heart monitor seemed to not beep so loudly. Luna, Emerald. Are you all right? She didn't respond. Yeah, she's fine. He gave me an uncertain look. I nodded at him and he shrugged, going back outside. I'm taking you out of here, all right? Maybe you can start to remember things if we walk around him. Oh, okay. I helped her up as she was still shaking a bit. I took the needles out, wrapping the spots in a bandage, and walking out with her. Chapter 27. Emerald, where was he leading me? I knew we were out of the hospital building. We were outside. I heard laughter and people talking. We kept walking and it grew silent. I felt my fingers start to twitch, tapping against my leg, whispering, mumbling. What were they talking about? Someone came close to my ear. It's okay, Emily. Just hold on to my arm. I held on to Ryder's arm, my hand still shaking. Steadily we kept walking. The grass was being stepped on in front of us and I froze as someone new spoke. Luna, it's good to see you back. A man. Is my name Luna? Ryder called me Em. I clutched onto Ryder more, feeling uneasy. What is it, Carter? Ryder. A Rouge is on the border asking for entrance to see her. A warrior told him that she was dead and he wanted to come to the funeral. What now? Ryder shifted and I felt him tense. What was his name? He called himself Jace. Ryder seemed to relax a bit. Maybe he knew Jace. Let him in. Feed him. Give him a water. Bathe him. Get him well. Yes, Alpha, the man called Carter, walked away. Ryder tugged on me and we started walking forward. He led me to a room. It reeked of him. It must be his. He closed the door and I unlatched myself from his arms walking. I found my way to a window sill and I sat down quickly, pretending to be able to stare out even though I couldn't see. Listen. Someone is coming here, okay? Do not hurt him. He is, well, was your friend. HES here to see you're okay, I nodded softly, not turning my head back at him like I normally would. Out of the blue I felt his hand on my shoulder and I jumped a bit. He pulled back as if he touched fire. Sorry, I was shaking. I shivered up, putting my knees to my chest. He sighed as I felt his stare burn through me. Would it be better if I went? I tilted my head back and slowly nodded. He stepped away, towards what I remembered the door was, and stepped out, closing it softly. Silence. I let out a shaky breath, my hand gripping onto a piece of my hair. I stroked it, trying to calm myself down. But how can I? I still don't get it. I was out here, just with a name. His name. No one else's. HES all I remember. The only one I can't rust. My hand started to twitch and my breath quickened. I hurt that girl. He knew that girl. Maybe she was someone to trust. The man he talked to. Carter. HES probably someone to trust. He spoke of authority. I felt my body shiver and I blinked a few times out of my deep thought. 2 men were in the room. One knew. The other Ryder. I didn't notice myself to be turned the other way and the unfamiliar man standing in front of me. Hey, the voice was soft, yet seemed strained. I stayed silent, scooching back a bit now. I'm not gonna hurt you. I'm your friend. It's me. Jace, he seemed to be sitting next to me at a distance. I stayed silent and felt him sit closer to me. I shifted uncomfortably. I know about you not remembering, but I'm your brother. Well, half-brother, but you get it. I'm trustworthy. He came closer and I felt uneasy. I started to take more. Quicker breathes. Hey, relax. Just trust me. I felt his hand on my thigh. I tensed and then something happened. I see, Calden explained it. There was a girl. She had brown hair, a slim structure, and she seemed to be in her teens. The scene changed and the girl was a bit older and she was holding a baby. The baby wasn't crying, wasn't making a sound, just staring at me, a small smile upon its face. Again the scene changed to fire. The woman was crying, clutching her toddler. Wood had collapsed upon her and the toddler got away. Now I saw the kid growing up. She stood in front of me. She was motioning something with her hands. Maybe it was sign language. My eyes blinked as I was caught out of whatever that was and was back to darkness and Hey, the man was still there. My so-called brother. There was a girl. She was holding a baby. A fire eye was rambling. What are you talking about? I felt his hand hovering over my leg again and I scooted away. Don't touch me. I screamed and he stopped. Emerald. What happened? It was Ryder by my side this time. The woman died in the fire. The girl grew up deaf. She was trying to tell me something. What signs was she using? I don't know. Try to remember for me, my gem. Just try. He was soft with his response. I grabbed my brother's hand. Going into that world. The girl. Brown hair. Skinny structure. Next scene she was a bit older holding a baby. The fire. The kid growing up. She was deaf. With my hands I translated towards the outside world, trying to copy her movements. I shook my head, getting out of it. You know sign language. It's used for signals if we were in a dangerous situation. Do it again. I did the signs again. Future. I think you saw the future. My brother shifted a bit. Wait, how is that possible? The lady. The moon goddess. Angia whispered. My hands found their way to my face. Did you say something? I shook my head at my brother. I'm blind, but I can see the future. Chapter 28. She predicted my life. But who was that woman that died in a fire? A baby. Who was that baby? Was that mine? I left the room for some space and sat on a fountain outside. I ran a hand through my hair, slightly frustrated. I put my elbows on my knees and my face in my hands. God, my head hurts from all this. I took a deep breath and then stopped, my head perking up. There was a scent in the air, coconuts and jade. It was a wonderful combination. It smelled of heaven. My body automatically got up and followed the smell. It led me through the pack house, which earned me some looks and then led to the hospital. I kept going. I went inside and a nurse had stopped me. Sir, you cannot go down this wing. It is only unless you're visiting. Are you visiting, sir? Why, yeah, I was distracted, not paying attention to her. I needed to get to one of those rooms. Sir, can you give me a name? I stared at her. I don't know. That smell. Her eyes widen, almost in realization. He will let you go, then I nodded and then ran past her. The scent led me to a room down the hall. Then I heard someone hiss in pain. I barged into the room to see a girl. Her back was turned to me and she held her stomach. Jordan, I told you in Phi. She turned and then her breath hitched. Mate, both of us said, as our eyes locked together. She was the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. She was skinny. She wore a ripped-up black dress that hugged at her glorious curves. Her heels were set to the side. Her hair was up in a messy bun. I stared at her hand as she covers her stomach and I walked up to her. Ben took her hand in mine. My name's Jace. What happened to you, my love? Dalton, I don't want to scare her. We just met. But she's our mate. She would never be scared. What about Emerald? Emerald simply misunderstood Ryder. Plus now she doesn't remember anything, so no hurt. One of our pack members had a funeral and she kinda came back to life and attacked me. But I'm fine. She looked up at me and her eyes seemed to sparkle a bit. My eyebrows rose up. Was her name Emerald? She bit her lip and nodded. How did you know? I smirked. This is a perfect opportunity. I got close relations with the Alpha. We've been friends for quite some time. Even though I'm Rouge. I actually got him and Emerald closer, you know, until she lost her memory. She smirked as well, showing her dimples. Oh, so you're just such a top-rank hero, just as well respected. Even though you're a Rouge, I mentally cheered with Dalton and leaned up against the wall. She didn't notice my sly lie. Oh yes, of course. I'm like Beta. I was actually supposed to be Beta, you know. She purred a bit at my response and her hands found the collar of my shirt, holding onto it. I felt my eyes widen at how close she was to me. Come closer, her lips went to my ear and I froze. My name is Ray. I'm Emerald's friend and I'm Ryder's sister. You can't fool me, mate. She pulled away and I gulped. Try not to tell lies. I can sniff them out. If this is gonna work, she motioned between us. I nodded, still shocked. My mate was an Alpha. I blinked a few times. Oh, okay. So how do we tell Ryder? She shrugged. Once Emerald gets better, we will tell him. For now, we lay low, got it. Deal. She smiled a bit and her hand found her side again. Now come here and help me out. EMS got claws. Oh right, I rushed over grabbing bandages. Emerald. I couldn't sleep. How can I? I've lost my memory. I've gained a new power. I can't see anything, for God's sakes. I stared up at the ceiling fan. Metaphorically, though. I imagined it in my mind. The sound was a soft buzz. My hands were resting on my stomach area. It was calm. Ryder shifted next to me, groaning, and then wrapped his arms around me, pulling me closer towards him. I laid my head on his bare chest and my legs laid across him. I felt protected. He was my protector. He explained what everything was. Luna, Alpha, Beta, Rune, Mate, everything. KYA was back supposedly. She was asleep now. My arms wrapped around his neck, making him groan as I snuggled in closer. Emerald. His tired voice was deep, soothing. I hummed back in response. He moved a bit. It's 4 in the morning. You should be getting some rest. You've had a rough day. I can't sleep, I mumbled back. His arms adjusted around me. All right. What makes you fall asleep? I shrugged at the thought. No idea, I frowned. It's just my thoughts keeping me awake. All right then. Care to share? I shook my head. No, you can't keep them from me, Emerald. It's not healthy, I shrugged again. I'm just thinking about everything. It's so much. I felt his hand caress my cheek and then his lips came into mine. Soft and sweet. Gentle and not rushed. He pulled me closer, allowing our lips to dance upon one another's. We both then pulled away, catching our breeze. Thank you for everything. Taking care of me and whatnot, it's my job. As your mate and as your alpha, it is my duty to protect the ones I love. I will never let you go. Ever. Chapter 29. I woke up to an empty bed. The bedside next to me felt cold and seemed to be made again. Where did he go? HES in a meeting. Discussing with other alphas about you living again. Thanks KY, ain't no problem, kid. I got up yawning and made my way towards the hallway. I walked down, tracing my hand across the wall to keep track of where I was going. Kya take me to where he is. She took over my body and I immediately caught a whiff of his scent. Kya followed it, turning and going through the hallways. She stopped me in front of a door and many people were talking. I opened it carefully and then silence. Emerald, what are you doing up so early? Men in the room started to murmur. I didn't pay attention and ran straight to Ryder, pulling him into my arms. He hesitantly put his arms around me and I hugged him tighter. What's wrong? He whispered. You weren't there this morning, I whispered back. He then got out of my grip and then his arms stayed by my hips. It's okay, I was here. I didn't wander far. Someone in the room cleared their throat. His grip on me tightened and he talked in an authoritative tone. This is my mate Emerald. You in a room with some of the most powerful alphas in the region. They are some of my allies. I nodded and then someone spoke up. Alpha Ryder. It's great that your mate is fine, but I think we should get back to business. Oh yes, he came close to my ear. Come sit down, a chair is next to me. He led me over to where he sat and then a comfy chair was placed on. I sat down and sighed in content. Now the border's been solidified with a concrete material and a silver middle. With some testing, silver levels affect rouges more than they do of pack members. It's basically sunlight to vamps with no magic protection on them. Vamps as in vampires, yai. They are real. And I know L. Shocked to me too. The men kept talking and it all sounded gibberish to me. Everything around me went slow and I yet metaphorically again stared off into the distance, lost in thought. It's like for a moment I was disconnected from the world. Just for a moment. Then reality smacked me in the face as my heart seemed to be thumping out of my chest and sweat ran from my forehead. Someone was shaking me out of my trance. And the meeting's over. I shook my head and the world stopped going through slow motion. Oh, right. He picked up my hand in his and his face was close. Are you all right? Talk to me. We both stood up at this point, gazing at each other. Well, I can't gaze at him. Or like buried my head into his hard chest. I'm scared, Ryder. My thoughts haunt me. All of this is too surreal for me. He picked up at my chin and then wiped away tears from my closed eyes. It's all right, Em. I'm glad you're scared. When you're scared, it means you have emotions. When you have emotions, it means you're human, and because you're human, you're alive. I stood. Mouth gaped. Speechless. He chuckled. It's all right, love. In your darkness, allow me to be your light. Your protector, Major Deja Vu. I felt dizzy for a second and gripped onto Ryder's hand. I shook my head and then felt my throat sting. You okay, kid? I nodded. It felt like I just got Major Deja Vu. I'm fine. He tensed up a bit. That's it, he whispered. He then stared to, at a fast pace, walked towards the door. Ryder, what is it? I know how to get your memory back. Stay here. He then ran out of the room. I sighed in defeat and sat down. Alpha Ryder, I don't think this is appropriate. A girl's voice shouted as he opened the door, pulling the girl inside. Annie, just tell her something you already have told her. Please. She cleared her throat and I sensed her come closer to stand in front of me. Okay, yeah. I don't know. It's hard to remember. Annie, try harder. Tell her something you know. Ryder, stop. You're being a monster. The room grew silent. I gulped down the bitterness in my throat and let out a breath. It's that feeling again. What is happening? Your memories are being triggered by things that... Ray Lily, where are you? I looked around the wooded area and then heard giggling from above. I quickly climbed up, grabbing her, making her squeal. I gotcha. I brought her down from the tree and then pouted. No fair. You better at game than me. I crouched down to her level and smiled. It's all right. One day, when I have a pup, a little girl boy just like you, then you can beat them at this game all you want. All I want. I giggled. All you want, when do they come? Well, it will take a few years because that's how long their flight is to Hero, okay? I'll wait then. I looked up, seeing two glowing eyes staring at me. It was him. Hey, I'll illy. Go back to he pack, I'll catch up later, okay? She nodded and ran towards the pack. I sighed and then a voice. I didn't know you wanted kids that quick, he purred. I felt his arms wrap around my waist and his chin rested on my shoulder. Who says I wanted them with you? I teased him and he growled in response. You're mine and only mine. Got it. I smirked. Okay, mister. Possessive, he turned me around and my hands landed on his chest while he tightly held me by my waist. His eyes flickered to my lips and I cleared my throat. My eyes are up here as I gazed up and he smiled. Of course they are. May I kiss you? I felt my heart race. I know we only known each other maybe a day or more, but... I pulled him by the collar, smashing my lips to his. Chapter 30. Emerald. It's been a month. A month since I came back from the dead. A month since I began a new life. Over this month, Ryder and I spent a lot of time together. My memories of him were almost fully back. We were getting normal again, but I feel as though my feelings have changed with him. We've kept it a secret, but he's been wanting to start a family. I didn't mind. Seeing a little him running around would be cute. Right now, I was with Annie. We were supposed to visit the children in the playground today. You know, Emerald, your scent has been a bit fragrant, hasn't it? She nudged me in my ribs and I chuckled softly at her. You could say that she went to retaliate, then turned to see kids fighting. Guys, be careful. Hey, Anthony, stop fighting with Joe. Susan put down her sister. Annie was running back and forth trying to get all the kids. I giggled hearing all the children laughing and their excited screams. After a few minutes she came back out of breath and sat next to me. Where's all the Ongeza that assist with children? No idea. It drives me nuts. Maybe Alpha Rider has them doing something else. I nodded at her answer and then I heard heavy footsteps. M. Rider has requested you to allow me to escort you back to the pack house. I nodded, getting up. Duty calls. I'll see you later, Annie. See ya. By Jace, I smiled, and then grabbed onto the arm of my brother. He started to lead me away from her. We started walking, and then I sniffed the air. Why was he leading me away from the pack? Jace, you're leading me away from the pack house. You're mistaken. We are going the right way, maybe it is in my mind. Where the hell are we going? I was just about to ask you the same question. Mind Link Rider. HS and distance. After a minute he answered. AM, how is your time with the kids? It was great, but you sent Jace to escort me. There was a pause. Emerald, where are you? I eyed Aunt a few minutes from the pack area. Jace is leading me away. Emerald, run. I didn't send anyone to get you. But HS, my brother, why should I even rue? It's a trap. I stopped, backing up and away from his grip. Emerald, what's wrong? Where are you taking me, Jace? I'm sorry, he whispered and kissed the top of my forehead. What did you do? My voice quivered. I then heard the rustling of trees. New scent came out and I froze as I was surrounded. I thought I killed you, my daughter. Guess drowning isn't good enough for you. I gulped. Is this the guy Ryder told me about? The one who killed me? Jace. H, how could you? I heard my killer chuckle waking near Jace. He is my son. The boy listens to me at my comm and he snapped his fingers out. Jace walked over to me, putting his hands on my shoulders from behind me. But the thing is, I'm not the one who wants you. Not this time, Emerald. Merrily upon this, I backed up into Jace's chest and he held me in place. Then who? Why should I? All you're going to do is mind blink, you made. I heard a howl and I felt my eyes sting as tears poured down my face. I hate you, Jace. You're a traitor. He moved one hand away and then I sensed it close to my neck. Don't hate me. I was forced to. I'm sorry, he whispered, and I stayed silent. He sighed. Good night, my daughter. A sharp pain in my neck and my senses disappeared. Ryder, find him. Dead or alive, I'd on care. HES given your Luna to the enemy. The pack warriors had howled, running out, and the pack was in a panic. Men going out to search for her while the woman tried to calm down their young. I walked out of the pack house and then Ray ran up to me. Ryder, what is happening? Jace had led Emerald to the enemy. He was a traitor all along. Her eyes widened and her breath hitched. There is no way. No, he cowled, and he was. She stepped back a bit and then gulped. What's wrong with you? I'm sad that Emerald was taken again. I'm gonna go with the search party, she said back quickly and then shifted to her wolf. Off with a sprint. I tilted my head. Sheff's been acting weird. I shook my head of the thought. It must be been 30 minutes. My eyes landed on him. Immediately Dane started to get riled up, wanting to get out. With a fast pace, I walked over to Jason, then took him the collar and punched him. He groaned and fell down to the floor. He stood on all fours and coughed out a liquid. I gritted my teeth, kicking him back down to the floor. You bastard. I knew you were a traitor once you stepped foot in this place. I kicked at his side, hearing the crunch. Probably his bones. It's not my fault. He wheezed. I kicked at his face again. I'm done with you, but I snapped my fingers and then some of the warriors that held him before started to beat him. No, stop. I turned to see Ray running out of the forest in just a shirt and underwear. I pulled her away from trying to get them off of Jace. What the hell is the meaning of this, Ray? He traded my mate to the Rouges. I said don't hurt him. Her alpha came out and the warriors submitted. She ran over to him and she put his head on her lap. My eyes widened. Is this what you've been hiding from me? HES, your mate, isn't he? My voice got low, my facial features softening. She gulped and then ran her hand through his hair. His hand found hers, intertwined them. I'm sorry, brother. He is silent. Tears ran down her face and Jace had picked up his bruised hand, wiping them away. I felt a surge of anger boil in me, and then I clenched my fists together. Lock him up. Dean Ein, I said, through clenched teeth. Dean Ein is the worst of the worst. Tears were brought up into Ray's eyes. No, Ryder, please. Please don't. He needs to be locked away for his crimes, Ryder, now. Don't, please. I love him. That's the point. You know what? Lock them both up and done. And after that, find my mate. In the dark and damp cell, trapped behind silver bars, I recalled the betrayal. My brother Jace helped me regain my memories, only to betray me in the end. Chapter 31, Emerald. The steady drip of water echoed through the dank cell, reminiscent of my first visit to Ryder's pack. The sound, coupled with the musty scent of sewage, brought back a flood of memories. Someone wanted me here, but their identity remained a mystery. Shrouded in the shadows of this silver, barred prison, my captors hadn't bothered to chain me, perhaps underestimating my strength. The silver bars, however, were a formidable deterrent. When I touched them earlier, the searing pain nearly burned my hand to the bone. Now I found myself pacing restlessly, my footsteps marking the passage of time in this confined space. Hours had passed since my imprisonment, and night had settled in. Through the small barred window, I could sense the subtle shift in the air. The gentle caress of the night breeze against my skin and the lingering dampness that tickled my nose were telltale signs of the changing hours. My throat ached with thirst, parched from lack of water since morning. No one had come for me yet, leaving me alone with my tumultuous thoughts and the persistent ache of betrayal. In the solitude of this cell, my mind inevitably wandered to Dylan. The mere thought of him shattered the carefully constructed walls I had built around his memory. When I allowed myself to remember him, KYA, my loyal wolf companion, retreated into the recesses of my mind. She avoided any discussion of Dylan, her connection to him far deeper than I could comprehend. I yearned for Dylan's presence, his comforting touch, his distinctive coconut scent, the way he made me feel whole. I longed for the moments when he held me as I cried, his strong arms a sanctuary from the world. His ridiculous 90s EV jokes never failed to make me laugh, and our Sunday ritual of watching old shows together now seemed like a distant dream. The return of my memories, triggered by Jace's words, was both a blessing and a curse. Jace, whom I had considered a brother, had helped me regain my past, only to reveal himself as a traitor. The betrayal cut deep, defying everything I believed about family and trust. With a heavy sigh, I slid down the cold wall, drawing my knees to my chest. My fingers tapped an erratic rhythm against the rough concrete as I tried to swallow past the dryness in my throat. In this moment of vulnerability, I couldn't help but wonder how I had ended up here, trapped and alone, with only the echoes of my past for company. Then there was Ryder, my second chance at love. I thought at my rate I would never get one. They were rare, but the moon goddess saw I needed a second chance. I don't know why, but I can seem to find out about how we first met. That memory is still locked away from me. I've asked Ryder about it, but he says that we met at a party, a few days after Dylan's death. HES hiding something, but maybe it's for a good reason. Keys. They brought me back to the real, cruel world I lived in. I tilted my head a bit to the sound, my knees going away from my chest. The sound of them. I cringed hearing the creak of the silvered door open. "It's good to finally meet you, Emerald." The voice was sinister. It was my father's voice. Maybe this is the man who he talked about. I stayed silent. I kept my head down, feeling his presence loom over me. "Do you know who I am?" He crouched down in front of me, and then I felt his cold hand pick up my chin. I gave him an emotional face as he seemed to be studying me. Silence. "Not much of a talker, are you?" I shrugged and he chuckled lowly. "It's rude not to respond, love. Your only flaw is that you're blind. You're not deaf as well. Who are you then?" I pushed his hand away from contact with me. "You really don't know. I guess you've lost your memory, but I know you have gotten a lot of it back." Question: how was it to see Jace's future? I gasped. "So you're a stalker. And how do you know about that?" He chuckled again. "Well, first I allowed you to see that, love. And second, I wouldn't call me a stalker. Just to add a distance. Admiration. You were on pack territory, weren't you? Or did you use my brother to do your deeds? Oh, you're a smart girl. I would have been detected if I stepped foot onto that wolf territory." He got closer to me as I kept my straight face. He came close to my ear. "Because wolves can't sniff out a vamp." Any time my mouth parted in shock as he pulled away. "The vampire. Who are you? What do you want with me?" He sighed. "Wolves are so impatient at times, especially the lunas of the pack. Always needing, always wanting. Mean. Ain't ever a you. You, I want this. I want that. The whining and complain. You guys act like you're children. Enough with the stalling. Who the hell are you? What didn't I just say?" I yelped, backing up against the wall even more. "I'm sorry if I scared you." I felt my head start to throb. I groaned, rubbing my temples. I was taken to another place. The smell of metallic blood in the air. Someone was holding me. "Wait, Ryder. I'm sorry if I scared you. I know everything seems scary, especially when you're in the dark. Allow me to be your light, your protector." I was then put back in reality. The unknown vamp in front of me. What the hell was that? I shook my head. "I guess I must be triggered. A little memory there, love. I am no love to you." "Who are you?" "I want to know." He sighed, and then I felt his cold hand trace over my right shoulder, where my mark stood imprinted. "My name is Ramon." "Ramon Moon," I gasped. "You have his last name. Why do you have his last name?" "Well, if you hadn't triggered that memory. Am your mate, supposedly. Dead brother." Chapter 32. Ryder. I ran a hand over my face, rubbing my temples. Why? So much crap is going on. Maybe I shouldn't have sent them both. Oh well. I'm already having Carter and my gamma interrogate him. Also keeping Ray at bay. I looked in the mirror of my bathroom. Fine. I was tired. Maybe some sleep would help. I groaned and made my way back to my room. I slipped off my shirt and got on some sweatpants. I turned off the lights and found myself surrounded in her scent. It's only been a few hours and I'm dreading the fact I can't hold her in my arms. I held the pillow she had her head on and inhaled the scent, sending me to darkness. I was burning. The pain was unbearable. My body was sore and I couldn't move. My face scrunched up and my fist clutched. What the hell is happening? I started losing my breath, trying to catch it. My eyes flew open and went wide, searching around the room. My head was throbbing and my stomach turned. I ran straight for the bathroom, emptying the contents in the bowl. I threw up once more and it was blood. I threw up again and my head turned. The world spun and I gripped the side of the bowl. Then all of a sudden an unbearable pain struck in my stomach. I growled, gripping it, and fell to the floor. It hit me again and by this time it was everything at once. I was shaking. I roared in pain, feeling it. What the fuck is going on? I groaned and then the door flew open. I couldn't keep my eyes open. I blinked lazily a few times and felt hands go onto my shoulders. Ryder. Ryder. Don't close your eyes. Whatever you do, don't shut them. My senses heightened and my eyes stung, letting me know they turned yellow. Must get her. Damn, what's going on? I stared to get up and then fell right back down. Carson holding me steady. Come on, let's get you back to bed. I already got Doc HES on his way. I nodded and kept the rising bile, swallowing it back down. My breathing went shallow. I felt like passing out. I stumbled onto the bed and howled, the pain getting worse every second. My fangs had already come out and I was mid-shift. It was Doc. Oh my, he rushed over and then put a hand on my forehead. He hissed, pulling back. It's like HES fire rail. What the heck is wrong with him? Earlier he was vomiting blood. I cowled and kept my eyes open. The pain was unbearable. It was like a wolfsbane drink, slowly eating away at your insides. I think something is happening to Heluna. These are the symptoms of the mate bond starting to break away. My eyes widen. Get her. I started to get up and then gripped the dresser as I almost stumbled to the floor. I felt Carter hold me up to support me. I need to. Go, please. What the hell is happening to her ale? I glanced up, wiping away the sweat from my forehead. She is, well. He bit the inside of his cheek. Suddenly I gained some strength and ran out of Carter's arms, slamming the doctor into the wall behind him. He winced and a crack went up the wall. What is happening to my mate? Tell me, coward. He gritted his teeth and then narrowed his eyes. It's best not tell you or you will kill us all. Right now I need you to tell me who is doing this to her. I don't know who is here. Are you keeping something from me? My grip on him tightened. Carter moved behind me and then Doc put up his hand. I have no idea who had her or I would have already told you. My loyalties lie with you, Alpha. But no one outside the pack other than Jason Alpha Jarl would have information about Emerald. Jarl is working for someone. It has to be someone that is directly connected to you. Another pain. My grip on him loosened as I almost fell to the floor. I leaned against the wall and groaned, losing my grip on him. I don't know. Anyone could have took her. I've touched every pack. I ran towards the bathroom and pewed. Again. I felt weak. My hands started to shake. I don't know. I don't. Eventually everything went black. Pain overwhelming me. Emerald, he was done with me. He was. Done. I slowly rocked back and forth, my sanity taken. Something else taken. My throat was dry. I had mucus tracing down my back. I was sore. I kept whispering to myself, thinking it would help me, to keep me safe in my darkness. I'd eat him. I'd eat him. The man let me go. When he was done, he was done. He left me in the middle of nowhere. I had to find Ryder. But HES going to be so mad at what I did to him. So mad. A gust of wind had blew on my body. I turn wolf, trying to get in connection with KYA. It's a pack, not riders that allied one. Go, I listened and started to limp walk. I picked up my speed trying to get there quicker. I fell down, whimpering, and got back up. I have to go. I have to keep going. A sudden power burst through me and I ran. I kept running in the nuisance. It was full of people and they were intense. I mean, who would let a random wolf running through their territory? I stumbled as someone had tripped me. I yelped and then someone came before me. Luna Emerald. Is that you? I barked lowly in response and then I felt a hand pick me up. We need to get in contact with Blood Moon Pack. Contact Beta Carter. Based on her condition, Alpha Rider is not in great shape. Chapter 33. Ray, we just sit there. It's been probably a few days. No food. Just water. I laid against his chest as he leaned against the wall. He played with my hair a bit, twirling it in his fingers. Sometimes they would take him out. To the room. Ryder would never let me go that far into the dungeon, but it existed. My breath went shaky, feeling myself shiver in the cold atmosphere. Jace pulled me closer to him, warmth coming from him. I am fine, Jace. Save your energy, he growled at my response. No, you're not fine, he then sighed. Look, I'm sorry. I pulled us into this mess. I didn't mean to. If I washed a rouge, everything would have been better. Different. Tears had glazed his eyes. It hurt me, my throat already tightening. This isn't your fault. It is not. Don't you dare say that. I gritted my teeth. He looked down at me and then I wiped away a straight air from his eye. We are both going to get out of here alive. I can promise you that. He gulped and then gently yet passionately. Kiss me. I was a bit shocked at first and then responded, melting into the kiss. I felt myself sit on his lap, facing him, our lips never coming undone. Dominance. He gained it first. Within human speed, we flicked and he pushed me up against the wall. My hand had found his hair, tangling in it as I heard him groan. Our lips came apart and his mouth found its way down my jaw into my collarbone. He was gently sucking in my skin and I melted at the feeling, tried to hide a moan from coming out of my mouth. He then stopped, looking at me, his eyes yellow. Let me mark you, his wolf was out. But what happens if you die? What happens if we both die? Listen. I don't care. Not anymore. I don't care about Ryder. I don't care if he slashes me with a whip. I don't care if he sends 1,000 men to torture me slowly. The only thing on my mind is you, my love. Yes, a shaky whisper. Yes, what? You can mark me, my wolf has come out. My eyes stinging. He showed a bit of teeth, smiling and then nodded. I'm sorry if it hurts, he whispered, closer to my ear. He smashed his lips back to mine, savoring the moment. He released, then went back to my neck, to the position where he would mark me. I then felt his canines skim over the area. I gasped and then held onto his shoulders as his teeth sunk in. I hissed, gasping at the pain. Then it was unexplainable. Desire filled me and my legs felt like they were swiped from under me. He released and then I fell limp in his arms, my eyes drooping down. It's okay. He'll be better when you wake up surrounded by his warm thigh drowned into darkness. Ryder. Cold hands on my skin gripping my arm, shaking me, maybe trying to wake me up. My eyes blinked open and widened at the sight of Hiram. She started crying and I got up, feeling my strength come back, grabbing her and pulling into my chest. She was sobbing at this point. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, she held on to me saying sorry over and over again. Emerald, why are you sorry? I'm sorry, I didn't see this coming. I should have had a guard with you or I should have stuck with you. It's my fault you were taken. She shook her head and started to hiccup. No. Ryder, I did something. Something bad. Why, you will hate me if I told you, she lifted up, tears still pouring down. I wiped them away with my thumb, looking at her with concern. Emerald, I could never hate you. Did something happen to you? What did they do to you? She shook her head again and getting out of my grip, backing away. Her arms seemed to be clutching her stomach. almost like it was hurting. Jem, you have to tell me what happened for me to understand. I won't hate you. I would never. I walked up and slowly pulled her arms away from her stomach. They all say that, Ryder. But with this news I will be a burden. A burden to the pack. A burden to my family. A burden to you. I rested my arms on her hips and she seemed uncomfortable, getting away from my grip. My eyebrows knotted together. She went back to clutching her stomach and turned away from me. Just tell me. Please, I had to do things to get out of there. I didn't mean to. It was the only way. He said he would kill you. She spoke in desperation, her eyes pleading. Do things. What did you do? We had. She released her scent to me and all I could smell was him. I felt anger burning within me. Hes touched what is mine. She broke down in tears, unable to speak anymore to me. I cowed and speak, staring at her in shock. Chapter 3. For Remel, he was shocked. He stared at me and I could feel the anger radiating off of him. I am sorry. Am sorry, then growling. The smell of the forest. Hes shifted. Please turn back. Turn back. Dace is dead. He is dead for selling you out. Dead. His voice boomed in my head. I whimpered and then scrambled towards the door. Emerald, get out of my way. There is something wrong here. No, he must have had a reason for selling me away. He must have. The growling and earthy smell got closer and closer. Why are you protecting him? Hes, my brother. Families stick together. No matter what. Is that what he told you? He made you sell your body like some whore. My throat stung. Everything stopped. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I scooted away from the door. Fine, you know what? Go kill him. Why should I care anymore? You never listen to me anyways, Emerald, don't be like that. I'm sorry. He was whimpering. I sensed him crouch down in front of me. Ryder, please. Go do your alpha deeds. Be my guest. I got up, walking to the other side of the room, accidentally knocking into a table. I winced and then he was still there. I told you to go, Ryder. Go, fine. Then he was gone. Jace. I just watched as she was asleep in my arms. She was driving me crazy. She was mine now. Mine. There's to hear so hours jealous I could make that decision on my own. Whatever helps you sleep at night, kid, all you care. He started to talk under his breath, probably cursing my out. I chuckled, just listening to her breathes. Then growling. I went tense and heard the sound of keys. Someone was coming this way. Ray. Wake up, I started to nudge her awake. She blinked, her beautiful, sparkling eyes open. What is it? She then looked behind me, her eyes widening. I turned my head, seeing him. He barked and the cave-like structure seemed to vibrate. I held onto Ray tighter as the cell door opened and Ryder stepped in. Anger burned through his yellow eyes, his hair on his back sticking up, claws out. I growled silently. Both Ray and Ryder's heart slowed. They talking. Ray, get me in. I mind-linked her as she let me through. They acquired dissection. I Drake Mason and Eli Glatt. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to cause as a low-level witch. I really don't, Trey. Your mate or not, he is a dead man walking. Don't talk to its mind that way. His wool tilted his head and got tense. He cut me out and then, with inhuman speed, he was already over me. Paws on either side of my head. He snapped at me and I managed to dodge his blow to my head. Ryder, stop. Please. He was about to snap again and then a wolf pushed him off. It gripped at his back. Without a second to last, he threw the wolf off and it crashed at the wall. I looked over and Ray was gone from her spot. Wait, Ray. I rushed over as she shifted back human. Quickly I pulled off my shirt and putting it on her. Hey, where were you hit? She clutched her still bandaged stomach. I put my hand on hers and she immediately relaxed. You already marked her, haven't you? I gulped. Ray grabbed my hand, intertwining my fingers with hers. Yeah, he did, meaning if you actually cared about me, you wouldn't hurt him or it will hurt me. It was in his eyes. He then gritted his teeth. What was your reason then? Selling away my mare owed my eyes at him. staying silent. Tell me. I flinched a bit at the tone. It was to save your sister, you stopped, and then Ray looked up at me. What? I turned my attention back to Ryder and stood up. I saved your sister. I know for you. You care about Emerald more. But I needed to protect my mate. Do you even know what they did to her? Listen to me. I didn't want my Emmy getting hurt. My father told me that they wouldn't hurt her. If I didn't comply, they would kill Ray. He turned away, running a hand through his hair. Do you hear me? They would have killed her. Again, within human speed, he slammed me up against the wall and held me by my neck. I winced, and then he tightened his hold. They didn't hurt her. They didn't hurt her. Are you kidding? He touched her. She is mine. Mine. No one else's. They touched her in ways only I was supposed to touch her. I was lost for words. He released his hold from me and looked down. He went limp in my arms, starting to tip over. I grabbed him by his elbows, holding him up. I'm so sorry. I looked over at Ray as the words left my lips. There was fear in her eyes. Silent tears ran down her cheeks and she wiped them away. I need to find her. I have to go. She then ran. Chapter 35. Emerald. A few days after the incident, I felt sick to my stomach. I stared down in tears, looking at the medical report. Pregnant. It stated in big letters. The doctor was drowning and trying to comfort me. This was supposed to be just a checkup to make sure I was okay after everything that had happened. Do you want me to call Ryder? I shook my head, wiping the tears off of my face. Ray. I nodded softly at this. I can't tell Ryder. Not now. The doctor went into mind. Lincoln contacted her. I was scared. I was still waiting on the test results, but I knew already. It's not Ryder's. It can't be. Even when we were trying, I would know right away. It's not his. The doctor went back to doing the blood sample testing. The door has opened with Ray coming in. What's wrong? And she looked at the tears rushing down, trying to wipe them off for me. The doctor handed her the paper. She must have been reading it. O.M. Congratulations. You and Ryder were trying, were you? Don't be sad. I shook my head, whimpering. The machine made a beeping noise, and another paper came out of it. The doctor sighed, reading it over, and handed the paper to Ray again. She suddenly hugged me, and I broke down into sobs. I'm so sorry, Em. Everything going to be okay. It's gonna be okay, she tried to soothe me. I cowled and think straight. Ryder is going to be so mad when he finds out it's not his pup. Have you told anyone? And no. I can't. I am such a burden. It's not your fault. It's not at all. We have to tell Ryder. It's the right thing to do. I can't. I can't. I started to sob again. Do you want me to tell him? I thought about it for a minute. I nodded softly and whimpered again. Okay. Stay here and rest, okay? Drink some water. She handed me the glass of water and I sipped it. My hands were shaking. She sighed and left the room. I heard a knock on the door and jumped, getting scared. I quickly got up, locking it. I could sense Ryder through the door. After slamming the door on his face and sliding down the door, he spoke. Ray told me everything. Em, please. Just let me in. We need to talk about it. I stayed silent. My fingers found their way again, tapping against my leg. It was a sense of calming me almost. Em, you know, I'm just gonna break the door down, I sighed. Getting up. I opened the door and then he immediately wrapped his arms around me in embrace. My nose found the crook of his neck and I sighed in content. He held me tighter and we stayed there. We are keeping the baby, I heard him whisper. I immediately wriggled out of his grip and stepped back. Vampire deception. I Dwight Mason and E.Y. Gwet. I the undocumented changeling. I'm forced to pose as a low-level witch. Listen, I am not going to force you to do anything, but we cannot kill the baby. Ryder, it's not your poo, I know, and that makes me angry as all hell. I wouldn't go in the dining hall as all the furniture is broken, but I don't want you getting hurt. I know vampire werewolf children can kill their mother. They drain you, and if you were to get rid of it, it would kill you. I am willing to risk that to keep us. It'll be strong. No, you won't. I'll raise it as my own. It shouldn't have to suffer because of its father. There'll be a better one for it. I swear. What about Ramon? What if he finds out? He will never find out. I will have you close to me and I will protect you. The wolves here will all protect you as you are their Luna. They will protect this child as well. I love you, Gem. Nothing will ever change that. Not everything will be okay then. He chuckled lightly. Everything will be okay, my Gem. I then ran, jumping into his arms, wrapping my legs around his waist. He stumbled a little, but I felt him hold at my legs to support me. He laughed, then spun me around, making me squeal. Maybe it will be okay after all. Maybe chapter 36. Writer, it's been 2 months. 2 months since everything happened. I still don't like this idea of keeping it same. Remember what we talked about. The child dies. She dies. Still, I hate this. I'm going to kill Ramon. You have to beat me to it. I shut him out and then I heard a scream. Emerald. I ran over to where I heard her and then saw her, crying hysterically. Baby, what's wrong? She started to hiccup and then her fist slammed down. Jordan ate all my cookies. I glanced up and saw him walk in, the cookies in hand. I rolled my eyes and stood up. Jordan. Cookies. Now he threw his hands up. She is overreacting. These were mine. I narrowed my eyes at him. I only wanted one. She ate 15. She gasped. You calling me a fat? Both our eyes widened as she started to sob again. See now, look what you've done. Ray then ran into the room and then stopped in the doorway. Bad time. Hormones, I mouthed to her. She rolled her eyes and giggled. And it's not because of my hormones. She screamed. Wait, how did you? A woman always finds out, boys. Always. Ray then walked over to the sobbing Emerald and patted her back. Do you want me to kick Jordan in his balls? She stopped crying and sniffled. Why, yes, she responded. I grinned and then Jordan rocked the cookies and then booked it. Ray chasing after him. I chuckled, walking over, grabbing the bag and then setting them in front of her. She reached out and found a cookie with her hand, eating it. Thank you, RY. It was like she was even crying a second ago. She immediately calmed down, eating away happily. Damn hormones. Are you happy now? She nodded, taking another bite. What if I say we are going on a date tonight? You and me and you. Alone for once. I pulled at her waist, making her squeal, and sat her on my lap. She wrapped her arms around my neck. I'm okay. She cheered. Suddenly she then frowned. But all my dresses are too small. Infant. Now I out my hand on her stomach, rubbing circles on it. Baby? You not fat. It's the baby that fat. She then gasped again. Why, you called my baby fat? Here we go again. What do you mean you got another letter? Emerald already went to bed and I was sitting in my office going through papers when Carter burst in. It was left at West Entrance. One of the guards who was posted there had it embedded into their chest. Well, get Jace. I need him to read it then. It doesn't have braille writing. It's addressed to you. He held it out. I took it from him and opened the envelope. It was written, and I knew the handwriting. Dear brother, thank you for taking care of my love. When will my son be born? It is a boy, am I correct? I want to see him. I want to take him home. My pup. Tell my love I will see her soon. I can't wait. Ramon. Sir, the man had bite mark on the side of his neck. I crumbled the paper in my hand and then looked down. There is no way he is getting to my mate and my pup. How did he know it was a boy? Carter. The day my pup is born, I want guard station everywhere. I want patrols equipped with both vamp and werewolf weapons. Am I clear? Sir, a vampire. Is there something you've done to anger them? Don't ask questions. Though he then ran out. I looked outside towards the west and saw the medics carrying the man on a stretcher. A white cloth over him. This will mean war, brother. Emerald Nuo. She's not allowed to die. She must be his true love. Ray, Jace, and I all sat on the couch, watching the Titanic. Well, I heard it who she told me everything that happened. White howled and they just share the piece of what I mean, come on. I know it's cold, but get over it. I heard something crash. Now don't attack the TV. It did nothing to you, Ugg. Let me at it. I hate these stupid movies. I giggled and got up. I could already tell Jace was holding her. It'll change the movie. You whine more than me, and impregnant knowing Ray, she probably rolled her eyes. I skimmed my hand through the selections. Hey, which one is the? Then there was this weird feeling. Water trickled down my leg. Did I just pee myself? It wasn't pee. Emerald, something wrong. It was Jace's voice. Then Ray gasped. Her water just broke. We need to get her to the hospital now. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and E.Y. Gwet. As an undocumented changeling, I'm forced to pose as a low-level witch. Wait, where's Ryder? They already were running me through the hospital like madmans. The doctor's running at the sides. We contacted him, he should be on his way, Ale assured me, and a sharp pain in my stomach. I cried out, gripping the metal bars to my side. Her contractions are already starting. Get her to room 198. Hale went out of view, and then a nurse pushed me into a room. Another pain and I screamed out. I was burning. God, this hurts so much. The door slammed open, and in my limited vision, Ryder was there. He held my hand. Baby, it's okay. It's okay. And here his voice was soothing. My hand that he held started to burn. I screamed again and wriggled out of his grip. Sweat was already starting to form on my head. All right, Ryder, you're going to need to hold her hand through this so it takes some of the pain away. No. It burns. It burns. I shouted. Baby, what burns? He went to touch me again, but I pulled away from his grip. Ryder, are you not the father? He stayed silent and shook his head no. It went silent for a bit until my next contraction. I screamed again. All right, Emerald, you're going to have to do this alone. Ready. Push. Chapter 37. Ryder, her screams. That's all I heard. I couldn't be there. They kicked me out when they learned the truth. I kept pacing. Bullets to my heart as I heard her each time. Then all of a sudden it stopped. Her screams had died down. I enhanced my hearing and put my ear to the door. Nothing, but the low mumbling of Ale and the nurse in there. Then Emerald's shallow breathe. I can't take it anymore. I opened the door and my eyes widened. Emerald was laying there, motionless. The heart monitor was still going for her. She just passed out, which was a relief. I then looked at Ale. He held a grim look. I looked down at the bundle he held in his arms and I rushed over. I put back the blanket to see the baby. Its eyes were closed and it was motionless. Is it? I looked down at the kid worryingly. It was silent. Oh no. I looked back at Emerald. She didn't move. She was moving. No. No, please don't tell me it's dead. The heart monitor on Emerald started to dim down. Suddenly the baby started to cough and a sigh of relief washes over all of us. Her heart monitor went back to normal. The baby started to cry and the doctor passed him to the nurse who rushed the pup out of there. I walked over to the side of her and grabbed her hand. Hey, you did great. You're a mom now. She stirred a bit and then her thumb ran across my knuckles. 8? How's the baby? It's 8 pound. Healthy. Baby boy. Have you guys decided on a name yet? I think we did. Well, may I introduce to you Mace and Moon? My eyes widened at the sight. Emerald was cradling the baby. He was sleeping in her arms. She was caressing his face softly. She sniffed the air and then smiled. Hey, she patted the bed next to her and I steadily walked over. I cautiously sat down. Mace uncooed a bit and he snuggled closer to her. Dane seemed to go quiet and out of here as he would normally linger in my mind. H, how do you feel? I'm fine, actually. I looked down at the pup and his eyes were open. They were a dark shade of red. All vampires had that eye color at birth. By age 4 it will start to go away, then they can control it. I frowned a bit. It shouldn't have been this way, and I know deep down inside you regret me giving birth to him. I looked up at her, seeing straight hairs pile down her face. No. It's not like that. Not at all. It's just, well, it shouldn't have been done the way it was done, even though she couldn't see. I gave her a tight smile. I then brought my hand up, wiping away her tears. There's some time you're not telling me, is there? I may be blind, but I can still feel what you're feeling, Ryder. It's regret and discomfort. The feelings when you have not told truth. I gulped back the bitterness in my throat and stared down at the floor. I stayed silent. And then you ignore every time you know I'm right. And I keep my secret for a reason. My voice rose a bit. But I am your mate. You should be able to share those with me. It's for your own good. Nothing is for my own good anymore, Emerald. Just drop it. I stood up at this point. Mason began to cry at the change of tone. Her face scrunched up. Get out, she tilted her head towards the baby, trying to get him to calm down. If you wish to tell you mate lies, then you may excuse yourself out the door. Fine. And with that I slammed the door shut. Emerald. I cringed at the noise of the door and then went to calm down Mason best I could. I ran a hand along his short hair, and by his breath he seemed to have sighed in content. I hummed despot in satisfaction, and then a tapping noise. I seemed to have been coming from behind me, but all there was behind me was the bed frame, and sure of it. Kya was growling inside, and suddenly I felt the need to hold Mason closer. Someone unwanted is here. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up and I sniffed the air. I clutched the baby close. He is here. Did you not get my letter, my sweet? Is that why your hair is standing on end? His menacing voice ripped through the air. What letter? Well, it was a letter to your mate. I thought I told him to send a message through. How did you get in here? I can already tell he was grinning. Well, you know how influential I can be, love. But that's beside the point. I came to see my baby. In thinking of taking little Mason home, I straightened up and clutched him more towards my chest. He's going nowhere near a monster like you, yet you let him near my brother. Now if I'm correct, he's a monster as well. You know nothing of Ryder. Now get out of my sight. Oh, the irony in that statement. He chuckled a bit and I sensed him sitting on the bed. His hand went on my leg. I scooted over a bit, loosening his touch on me. I felt disgusted. I felt dirty. But I am the father of Mason. Shame that you named him that name. Such a low-rank name. I would have preferred something of much higher class, such as Dame or Nicholas. Then your higher class should be compared to dirt then. I will not name my child such. Oh, but his eyes are just like Daddy's now, aren't they? You wouldn't know that, but they are. Every time your mate looks into his eyes, he will see me. Every time Ray looks, she will see me. Every time the adults of this pack will look, they will see their true full alpha. You will never be alpha. Get over it. And this baby is mine and not yours. There is nothing you can do to take him away. Did Ryder tell you even the reason why he didn't want you to abandon my son? He came closer. Or did he lie about that too? My eyebrows rose up. So now you're interested. Stop the chit-chat. What is it he isn't telling me? There was a pause. Well, now that will be too easy now, wouldn't it? I needs a favor before I tell you, my dear. Name your price. 800. Bring Mason with you near the western border. We can talk there, my love. And with that he left and Mason began to cry. Chapter 38. That night I got back to the pack house. I went to bed angry. I knew he wouldn't care for Mason. How could he? A bastard child, but still mine. He was the one who convinced me had the baby. What changed his mind? I placed Mason in his bassinet in our room and rocked him gently to sleep. I wish I could be able to see him. Maybe he didn't look like his father at all. Maybe he would look more like me. Maybe that would help. I put myself underneath the comforter and rested against the pillow. As I was about to fall asleep, I sensed him walking in. Ryder took an agitated sigh, and I heard him taking off his shirt and going through a drawer. The bedside bin dipped as he sat down on it. I pretended to sleep. Most of the time it was successful because all I had to do was make my breathe shallow. I heard him turn off the bedside table lamp and then he always got under the covers. I knew he was facing me. His hand caressed my face a bit. The warm tingling sensation. Prick led at me a bit. The mate bond has been weaker ever since I was pregnant. I could still feel what he was feeling. I just cowed and sensed where he was, if he was far or if he was hurt anymore. He sighed and then he spoke. I'm sorry I've been lying. I'm sorry, my love. Ever since I haven't been myself with you. You're had my brother child. Not mine. I thought I would have been your first and I'm sorry you weren't mine. The real truth is, and now I'm only able to tell your sleeping form. that you would have died if you lost the child, and I can't lose you again. I may hate the fact that a pup that is not mine is here in my room, belonging to my mate, but I will try my heart stopped. For a second, H.S. just trying to protect me. I made a deal with the devil when he was just trying to save me. Again. God, am so stupid. I have to tell him. I have to. Our writer, he jumped a hit when he heard my voice. I thought you were asleep. How long have you been awake? Ryder, he came who came. Right after you left, he came to see Mason. He wanted to take him. He wanted to take my baby. I cried out and sat up in bed. He reached over, turning in the light, and sat in front of me. Ramon came. How the hell did he get in? He climbed through the window. He wants my pee, pup. He said to me him at the western border 8. Tomorrow his heart seemed to slow, and then he got up walking towards the door. Stay here. I want you to lock all the windows and make sure no one gets in, or you mind link me. Keep Mason safe. He then ran out, the door shutting and locking it. I waited. It might have been an hour till he gently knocked on the door. I put Mason back down as he had fell asleep. I opened the door and he grabbed at my face, pressing his lips to mine. I groaned at contact, pulling him even closer to me. I didn't even know we were walking until the door slammed closed behind him. I heard the lock click and he pushed me up against the wall. He gripped my legs, lifting me up, his lips still fighting with mine. He then moved down towards my jaw, then to my neck. I pulled at his hair and groaned as he hit the sweet spot, nibbling on it. One stayed in his hair as my other hand ran down his bare chest to his abs. He groaned this time, playing with the hem of my shirt. He was still working on my neck, probably going to leave a few love bites. I was slipping out of his grip, but he slammed me against the wall again. A big thud sounding. All righter. You'll wake the baby. He squeezed at my butt and I moaned again. Then keep quiet, love, he whispered huskily. He then walked me over to bed. He trapped me in between his arms, kissing me again fiercely. He lifted the shirt over my head and stopped to stare. I was wearing a bra. Immediately my hand went up to cover them, but he pulled them away. Don't you ever hide those from me. He put my hands above my head. I gasped as he started to kiss them. He growled, "These are mine. No one else's." I whimpered a bit and his hand found its way to my shorts, playing with the waistband. I suddenly felt disgusted. My memories flooded back to that night with Ramon. I felt Ryder's hand take the waistband in his grip, slowly pulling it down. I slapped away his hand and pushed away from him. I grabbed a pillow, putting it over my chest, my back pressed against the headboard, getting my distance from him. Are you all right?" His voice was full of concern. Ryder, I'm sorry. I just can't, the sting in my throat. Meaning the waterworks were not going to hold much longer. Baby, did I hurt you? Tell me what's wrong. I sensed him coming closer, but I whimpered and curled up into a ball. He backed away and I relaxed a bit. I felt gross. I felt like the same feeling from 2 months ago was all over my skin. I started to rub my skin. Maybe it would get off. I started to rub faster. The feeling, the dirtiness isn't going away. Stop, you're going to hurt yourself. He gave bed at my wrist as my skin stung. No, I need to get it off. I need to get it off. You're safe. There's nothing there. Get it off of me. Please. He picked me up, running me into the bathroom. I heard the water go on and he placed me in the tub. Gently he grabbed a washcloth and started to wash my arms. I felt relief and sighed happily. Thank you, he then sighed as well. You're welcome, Jem. He then kissed the top of my forehead. Chapter 39. I woke up 5 times that night. 5 times. It was always Mason. He wouldn't stop crying. I had to feed him 2 times. The other times he just wanted to be held. Eventually I gave up and brought him in bed, between Ryder and I. He stayed quiet the rest of the night, and I finally got to sleep. In the morning I woke up and happy. I was supposed to meet Ramon at the border, but after last night's events, how could I? Ryder probably sent out warriors to go and retrieve him. I heard Mason whimpering had I grown, turning in bed, praying he doesn't start crying again. To my lucky docent, I stuffed my head in the pillow and then felt around. Where was the baby and Ryder? I thought they were. I got him this time. You look tired, I groaned in response. Slightly happy. Okay, buddy. Mason's cries had quieted and I heard Ryder start to hum. It was soothing. Even to me. HES out cold. Go back to sleep, babe, I nodded, snuggling closer to the blankets. He walked towards the bassinet, probably setting him down. He walked over and then wrapped his arms around me. My face had then found his neck. I took a deep inhale, getting closer to him. Vampire Deception by Drake Mason and Eri Dredd. By the undocumented changeling, and forced to pose as a low-level witch. He grunted in response. Can you hum me that lullaby you sang to Mason? He then chuckled. You want me to sing a lullaby for you to go to sleep? I nodded and I smiled lightly as he began to sing. It's to the side, BTW. I started to drift off to sleep as he kept singing softly. I wrapped my arms around him, drifting into a peaceful slumber. I woke up when Ryder started to turn underneath me. Yes, underneath me. I had a leg draped over him as I had clutched his neck, keeping him close to me. One of his hands was holding me up at my rear and the other was draped over my waist. Isn't this a nice way to wake up? I nodded my head and shifted a bit. Getting comfortable. He groaned. Shifting as well. I might have to go though a few more minutes, I mumbled back. He chuckled. No can do, Jem. I have to see if they caught Ramon yet. I sat up, basically straddling him. He gulped and his heart sped up. I guess I can stay a bit longer. His hands went to my waist and I shook my head. No, I think you should get going. KY attempted to come out but I stopped her. Let me at least tease him. HES always so on edge. Fine, but no. You know why. Yeah, I know. Made you're in a position where I don't think I should let you go. He then pulled me down close to his ear. Then he growled and then his lips found mine. I groaned, easing into it. He went to turn us over so he was on top, but I pushed him back down onto the bed. He growled a bit again and I took his hands off my hips to the top of his head. My kisses went down to his neck and he groaned again. I then sighed, pulling away. You still have to go though. Shame. I let go of him, turning and standing next to the bed. You little tease, he growled out. In an instant he was next to me, trapping me in his arms. Ed then came close. This is not over, my gem, I shivered, and he walked into the bathroom. I heard the shower go off and I giggled. I then left the room, going down to get breakfast. Hey little sister, I felt Jay Ace's arm wrap around me while he gave me a NUGGY. No, Jay, stop my hair. I giggled as he started to tickle my sides. I swilled, almost unable to breathe. Stop. Attack. It was Ray. Jace got off of me and then I heard a thud. He groaned a bit and I got up. She tackled him to ground. I caught my breath from laughing so much. Anyways, we weren't here for the tickling fights. I could already tell Ray was crossing her arms while sitting on Jace. Just by her tone. Where's little Mason at? Jace finished. My mouth formed an O. That's right, you didn't see him yet. Ace in my room. Come steadily, I walked up the stairs and found my way into my room. I sniffed the air. Is Mason alone? Where's Ryder? I spoke too soon as I walked in. I was slammed up against the wall. I yelped and then felt his lips on mine. Of course I had to melt into the kiss. Stupid mate bond and hormones. My hands started to go down and he was still in a towel. Someone coughed behind us. I jumped a bit. Hey bro, listen, we were here to see a baby, not to see you guys make a baby. I started to blush a deep shade and Ryder growled. Fine, he then whispered something in my ear. You're lucky this time, I smirked and then walked over to the bassinet. Now who's ready to meet their auntie and uncle? Chapter 40. Ray and Jace decided that tonight they would take care of Mason. They said that I should get a break after the first night with him because the first was always the worst. I love you, Mason, but you're a nightmare. Ryder said that we could go out tonight, and he also said to dress casually. Before she left, Trey said she gave me a navy blue romper with a belt. Annie actually came and we chatted a bit while she helped me get ready. So how's Mason? Haven't seen the stinker yet. I smiled a bit. Yeah, yes, good. Healthy and well, but a hassle at night, she hummed at my answer. Well, y'all babies are like that. Every now and then when I have to watch the kids, the moms tend to leave the babies too. Try feeding all of them at one time. And don't even get me started with the diapers. I giggled and then sensed her stepping back. They're perfect. You look gorgeous, Luna Annie. I thought we discussed this. My name is Emerald. I know. You look so heavenly right now. I blushed at her comments and sighed in content. Yeah, maybe I am. Her heartbeat slowed and then she jumped. Oh, it's time. HS waiting. She pushed me out of the room. Okay, I'm going. My hand ran across the wall as I found his scent. I followed it and then I ran into something. Their arms wrapped around my waist, catching me from falling. Ah, you are falling for me, babe. If I could, I would roll my eyes. I scoffed and then I took his arm in my hold. Now take me where we are going. Ryder started to chuckle a bit. It was at least 1 hour into the car drive. We still weren't even there yet. My leg was bouncing up and down impatiently. Where are we going? You've asked me this 1,000 times. Relax, it's a surprise. I was a fan of surprises. All my surprises were bad things. I found my way and turned up the volume to the meter. All the noise that filled the air was the song and the tires moving against the road. We both were silent, just listening. It was an hour after until we made a couple turns. My brow raised as he turned again, then had parked the car. We are here. The car stopped and we both started to take our seatbelts off. He came over, opening the door for me. We were in the human world. I tilted my head. Ryder, what are we doing here? He grabbed my hand, gently leading me up. He closed the door. Okay, listen, change of plans. No date. It's still a surprise, though. Trust me. I gave him an unsure look. I sighed. I trust you. I could already sense him smiling. Do you know anything about this KYA? Maybe. But it's gonna be so great. No help, are you? Nope. I blew out the hair in my face and we walked into a building. It smelled weirdly clean. Like a hospital. Ryder, why are we at a hospital? He shushed me, leading me through as we turned various of corners. I groaned and kept going. We entered another doorway. We sat down. Now we have to wait a bit. Stay here. He then left and then I frowned. I still don't get why we are here. He came back, a pep in his step. He lifted up my hand, helping me up. Some other man was standing there. Hello, my name is Dr. Gordon, an optometrist. How are you today, Mrs. Moon? I gave a slight confused look. It's Green, the eye optometrist. He chucked bit. Yes, I doctor. I felt my breath stop. My jaw dropped. I felt my throat start to sting. Our Ryder is this. Surprise. Dr. Gordon is in fact a werewolf and has helped many of us who were blind. It's great. Baby, you just have to trust him. He gently grabbed my hands. I was on the verge of tears. I then found his face, smashing his lips to mine. He tensed and eased in. It was passionate. I forced down every emotion into it. He pulled away, resting his hands on my waist. What was that for? Because no one else would drive me hours away from home to help me. You've done so much for me. You stuck with me through my shitty life, and even though Dylan died. I'm happy I found you. Ryder, I love you. I love you too, Jem. That's why I will stop at nothing to help you. I pulled him close and hugged him, slightly crying into his shoulder. Tears of happiness. Pia was jumping around excited. She kept screaming and hollering until I blocked her. Now, Ms. Green and Mr. Moon, please follow me to my office to discuss what needs to happen, I did, wiping away the tears. Ryder and Eda walked hand into the office. Chapter 41, 3 months later. Basin, can you say mommy? Ryder and I made a bet on whose name he would say first. He stared to say something and both of us leaned forward, trying to listen. Unquillicay, case. He squealed when he said something, going into a fit of giggles. I slumped down. OCM on. Ryder groaned and I heard him bang his head against the table. We let him hang out with Jay Sway too much. I giggled a bit, hearing so much defeat in his voice. Oh, but you encourage him, I nodded in my head. I then was lifted into the air. I squealed as Ryder bounced around with me on his shoulder. He laughed and I screamed, holding onto his torso. No shirt. Me like why I felt myself go red, and then he turned me around, setting me on the counter. I tilted my head down and adjusted my mask a bit down. His hand then found my chin and tilted it back up. Hey, do you mind if we practice a bit? Like the doctor said. I frowned instantly and bit my lip. But every time it hurts. You know I'm not ready for that, Ryder. I'll be here for you. I promise. If it really does hurt, you can put the mask back on. I sighed and then nodded. I reached behind and doing the knot that was there. I put the cloth on my lap and sighed. His hands found mine, softly caressing them. Now try to open. Can you turn down the lights then? He got up and I heard him flick the switch. He came back over, taking the same hold on me. Whenever you're ready, I heard Mace and cooing and his little hand hitting what seemed the table. I then took a deep breath, starting to shake a little. Daddy, I'm scared. I stared down as my tiny, shaking body clung to the tree. Dylan and I thought it was a fun idea to see who can get to the top of the tree and back down the fastest. Of course he won. Like always. Meanwhile, me being who I am got stuck. I was 11 at the time. It's okay, princess, come on, daddy's got you, I whimpered. He was so far down. I shook my head and the ground seemed even farther now. Emmy, I swear to God if you don't come down I'll eat all of the cookies. My eyes widened at his response, no. Daddy, yes, not being fair, this is scary. I then heard a crack of the branch. I screamed as the branch gave way and I started to plummet to ground. I felt someone catch me and we both tumbled to the floor. Both of us groaned and I got up to see me laying next to them. You're welcome. Dylan then turned over, her written on his face. My eyes then opened, maybe for a split second, until the burning pain came back. I bit my lip, trying not to let a scream come out. I gripped his hand tighter, tears already blinding my vision. It was red. The room was dimly lit. The walls were red with a black outlining. Steadily my eyes traveled over to the man right in front of me. He was the man I saw as I drowned, many, many months ago. I gasped, taking in his features. His face. His jawline was sharp on his heart-shaped face. There was faint scars there as well and a slight stubble of beard on his chin. His eyes. That's what stopped me. The deep, dark brown, a milky tone of a brighter brown around the pupil, spiraling out. His lips started to quiver a bit, unable to find words. Tears had already glazed his eyes. My pale hand then went up, finding his cheek and rubbing them away. He leaned into my touch, closing his eyes. The man then opened his eyes again, staring at me. I can see the man was speechless. He then brought me closer with his hand. I leaned in, my eyes closing again. Passion. It just cowed him hold as much as this one. Slow, steady, Karen. Both of us pulled away at the same time. My eyes opened again, meeting his gaze. You're beautiful, you really are. I blinked at him and smiled. Why? TD@DY. I stared at the toddler who squealed in his chair. My eyes widened and slowly I got up. I walked over to him, staring at his features. He looked up at me, happiness in his blood-red eyes. My mouth gaped. My baby happy tears had pricked my eyes. I then took him out of his chair and held on to him. He started to clap and giggled. I tossed him up in the air and caught him laughing again. I then stared up at the man. My man. I'm not blind anymore. He then engulfed us into a hug, spinning us around. That night we had a grand celebration. Everyone was dancing, smiling, laughing, having fun. Even though I still had to wear the mask because later I learned that bright light still affected them. Ray and Jace are expecting a pup in another 3 months. When they told us, I thought Ryder was going to fight Jace, but instead he laughed and hugged both his sister and Jace, which of course surprised me. Everything was finally normal. Some of the pack members had brought some gift. I was at the end of all of it when I came to a black envelope. One of the warriors handed it to me. I tilted my head a bit and then held my breath. I opened it and took out the piece of paper. I unfolded it, but it only held one word. I stared at it in utter confusion. Baby, what's wrong? Ryder looked at me and I gulped, staring back down at the word, written in rough handwriting. The end. Thank you for tuning in. If you enjoyed this episode of the story, please give it a like. And don't forget to subscribe to get notifications for updates.